Definitely nobody was here before that point. So, for people who don't know what's happening in the stream today, AbsoluteMassive, the unit of a player, just got a new world record of 137.56. For people who don't know, I am a speedrun moderator of the boards, so the original plan was, hey, I'm going to verify this, react to it, see it all on stream, just so that you all could get the experience of what is going through the head of a moderator, verifying a run and whatnot, just because I thought it'd be cool. And then, so I posted to all the other moderators in chat, be like, hey, let me handle this run. I'll look through it. I figured it'd be fun for content and whatnot. And then somebody said, oops, sorry, already verified it. So no, this is a world record already. We don't have to verify it. Some other moderator went through it. They just missed my message. But hey, I figured it'd still be fun regardless to do the whole process and all that crap. I was a top 100% UN speedrunner at one point, believe it or not. I almost held world record back when world record was around a 220. I remember this distinctly because there was this great new runner who nobody ever heard of called Frosty Zen, who basically beat Zero Master, beat Draku, beat James Plays Amumu, beat me, and basically blew all our times out of the water by like 8 minutes. And the only difference between our runs and his was the amount of combat optimization that he had. Frosty was one of the best routers of combat for his time. But fast forward to today, where world record sits at a 137, you have to have the great movement, you have to have the great combat, you have to have everything down to a minute detail. Like I said, 40 minutes of optimizations from a run that blew me out of the water about 5 years ago. Oh, by the way, happy 5 years, Doom Eternal. Happy 5 years, Doom Eternal. There we are, all in one sentence. So, I guess this can double up as a 5th year celebration of Doom Eternal, if you want it to. In case you're wondering, people, any time that we'd consider good for the leaderboard, like if you asked a Doom Eternal speedrunner, like, hey, I'm running 100% Ultra Nightmare, what's a good time? Almost every runner unequivocally would say sub 2 hours. If you get sub 2 hours, you are the greatest of all time at this game, by comparison. The world record sits at a 137. That means there's 22 minutes of difference between what people would consider a good time over where world record is. That's not to say... Now, I think this is something important to touch upon. Because a lot of people be like, wow, 22 minutes slower than world record? You must suck. When no, Doom Eternal is just that hard of a run that sub 2 hours can be a great-ass time, and you can go 22 minutes beyond that. Like, this... Like, it's not that Super Saiyan 2 is weak, it's just that Super Saiyan 3 is that much stronger, you know? That's the comparison point. Alrighty. And without that further ado, I think I want this to be informative and intriguing and whatever the fuck else for chat. So as we're watching along, if something doesn't quite make sense with an explanation, if something doesn't quite pass your vibe check, or if you see something interesting in the run that you just want an explanation of, do your best to try to put it in chat. I'll try to respond to as many messages as I could, just so that we can, you know, see what happens and understand the run. Okay. So, anybody have any comments or anything before we get into hitting play on the video? Is 2 hours a good time, or are you just washed? Yes. Alright, let's get into it. I am going to keep audio somewhat low. If you notice, I got the Doom OST playing, just because I don't want any, like, too much distract. I don't want to be distracted by AbsoluteMassive's commentary. Let's do it. What's the runner doing here? They're loading in. Great question. Until it is done. I have a comment. Why can't we skip the Novik intro? Okay, so we don't allow skip of the Novik intro because the game won't let us skip us. And in order to skip it, we have to download a mod. And mods are illegal for speedrunning because if you have a modded client of the game, you could be modding everything else. Oh, very tactical 3 zombies kill here. You guys gotta watch out for the 3 zombies kill. Very tricky to get. Okay, so the main thing you'll see here, when it's very simplistic at the beginning, just because we don't have everything, the main tech you see is bunny hopping, which is basically just jumping as you get the ground. In Doom Eternal, it's a little bit weird. We call it lurch hopping. Basically, you get a small increase when you bunny hop at a proper time. Any explanation beyond that is too nerd. You should watch one of my other videos. But so this encounter is a real freaking doozy. This is basically a dice roll of the encounter. Holy crud, dude. Wait, hold on. Hold on, people. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to stop the video. If you want, I could put Subway Surfers on the background for a split second, but my webcam's freaking up. What the hell's happening with my filter? You can see through me half the time. That should be a bit better. I'm sorry, I paused the video. You can get your dopamine back. How is the runner shooting the gun? Wow, my chat just has the best questions. I'm really glad that you need a top-tier speedrunner like me to explain to you how the runner shoots the gun. No, but back onto this encounter. This encounter every speedrunner hates because this encounter is completely random. You see this enemy spawning in here? That's random. It could spawn in here, under here, over there. This whole encounter is basically reaction time. There's like 18 spawn locations about, and I think about like 15 enemies or something that spawns. And so all this is just quick reaction time from flipping to one enemy spawn to another, back and forth, until, like, you get it done. Like, you reset if you just get inoptimal patterns here. I'm too green. You're green. Shut up. So, 157. Anything under a minute going through that door is considered a really great time, if you ask me, back when I ran this. So, again, more lurch hopping, all that crap. Yo, is that the dude AbsoluteMassive? What's up, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, speaking of the person we're talking about, hey, do me a favor, people. Follow AbsoluteMassive. Hold on. How do I say it? Twitch. How do I get a copy to your channel link real quick? Flash shout out at AbsoluteMassive. There we go. Everyone follow AbsoluteMassive. He's the dude who did the world record that we're reacting to / breaking down / whatever. Give him a follow. He's a super cool dude. Top tier Doom Eternal gameplay if you're into that sort of thing. Why is the runner moving? Because you need to get to the end of the speed run. It's that simple. How's the runner double jump? Guys, quit asking basic questions. We're here to get to the nitty gritty, not the how do you press buttons. Oh, here's gonna be a punch boost. Very quickly, punch boosting. Like, look, you get a melee lunge to, like, make up the distance between you and the enemy. But if you interrupt that melee lunge, you can keep the speed because fuck you. That's how the game works. You know what else is massive? My chat's ego. How is the runner breathing? How do you start the... Shut up. Shut up, people. Oh, you see, small thing. Nobody would notice this except for me. You need a top-tier brain. Like, only hundreds and thousands of hours of speedrunning can get you a very small mistake happen here that Massive could probably improve for his next time. You see, as he's bunny hopping here, he doesn't shoot the bell. Shooting the bell is a massive time save, so, like, not going for the ding really hurts it. You know what? You could probably save another... But hey, I'm pretty sure he makes up for it later. Is the automap not in 100%? Yeah, no. Automap is not tracked in any menu or anything in this game, so that means that we don't have to pick it up. In Doom 2016, it is tracked by the menu and whatnot, so we have to pick it up there, but Doom Eternal, for whatever reason, just doesn't track it. Take that up with the id developers, not us. You can't even afford to shoot the bell anymore? Wait, I thought that was just... I was just making a joke. Are you kidding? Like, you straight up don't have the ammo for your routing necessary to shoot the bell? Oh my goodness, James. James would hate it. All right. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ah. Oh, frick. That's always so cool. That's another example of a punch boost, people. So, punch boosting, normally it's like when you interrupt, but here's the thing. If you, like, just a small bit of your collision, like your feet hit something, that can end it. So what happens here is that there's a little... Excuse me. So you can kind of see in the spider, it has like a turret and a body. It turns out this turret will not block your movement. You can go through that, but it still like triggers your punch boost a little bit. So what we do is we just basically angle upwards at the turret. Our feet barely hit the, the corpse hitbox, and that's what cancels our, basically our movement lock for the punch boost. And you're able to take that speed and do something like this. Which, my god, that's sexy as fuck. If the routing can't afford the bell, the routing's wrong. You see, Sniper Dolphin, I'm convinced, is correct there. Maybe you should relook. Alright, picking up Precision Bolt here. Precision Bolt, if you don't know, is just the optimal thing for the heavy cannon. It's just high burst damage, and you can swap off it instantly to shoot something. Oh, another good punch boost. Fun fact about this little thing. So this punch boost, as you're saying, like, oh, a punch boost is triggered by melee lunge. There's nothing to melee here. As it turns out, back in an alpha build of the game, this was a breakable wall, where you had to punch it to get through. That's what we're triggering off the punch boost, is because they removed the wall, but for some reason the punchable collision still kind of exists. So we can punch boost that, and then he just manipulates his camera slightly to not grab the monkey bar. Yeah, see? Fucking insane. Isn't this video going to be 10 hours long if you pause every time something cool happens? Yeah. Do you have a problem with this stream being 10 hours long? Let's go. I don't think that's a complaint, honestly. I think that's awesome. And then you see here, this is another encounter with a lot of randomness. That was all just quick reaction time, basically, to get all the enemies down while, spawn capping the Erectron. Oh, this is a fun one. Oh, wait, what? Ah, dude, wait. Hold on. This is normally the backup, but it kind of looks like... I don't know, Massive, if you're still here. But were you trying to get on the collision there? Because if you can get a bunny hop off that, that sounds fast as hell. Because normally you're supposed to go around what? This little area to the left here. However, if you just go around the building on the side, you can hit the death warp and then just skip all that traversal. It's neat. That looked like an ERJ? Yeah, no, it definitely was an ERJ. Oh, I forgot about this. So, you want to know what's cool as fuck here is that this is a precise time punch boost. So, like I said, melee lunge triggers when you punch at something. He's going to kill this thing at the near same time he punches it, which allows him to basically get the punch boost speed, but because he doesn't make contact, bam, keeps going forward. And he just times that with the sticky explosion. Ah, is that not... Ah, dude. It's just cool, dude. It's just cool. How old is this run? This run was done last week. Literally a week ago. Yeah, more bunny hopping going all the way to the end. This combat routing, by the way, is super tight and precise. This has gone through many small things. Like, for example, killing that Kako was originally glory killed, but it turns out doing that grenade combo thing is just very good, very easy. And also, like, you can kind of kill it because of the delay on the explosions as you kill the other one. It's just a super small thing, but yeah, no, this encounter, like, it's only, like, in the past, like, 4 years, we've only saved, like, 1 to 1 second out of it. And then here, these are just like you need to kill like a specific amount of enemies to trigger the end portal to go. So he's just killing every required enemy while getting through as fast as possible. You can see like he goes to the end of the arena, like, like as he's killing, you know, like move and shoot at the same time. That's what a movement shooter is about. What's up, Redditor, Janush, Eternia, Swagfest, hello. And then it's just basically collecting the items and getting to the end of the level. Nothing too interesting going on that we haven't covered yet. Is this done on an older version of the game? Yes. Okay, good question. Thank you. You can see kind of in the top right, if the watch later thing wasn't breaking it, you see this 1.1 parentheses MF. Basically, that's our speedrun utility program running in the background, making this text appear in the top right of the game. We use this for verification purposes to make sure, you know, if someone's... How do I put it? Eternal is a freaking broken game, to put it succinctly, people. It's a broken game. So we have a speedrun utility, basically to help with small things such as bunny hops, FPS limiting, and other quality of life things to make sure it's a fair and even playing field for every runner who runs this on PC. And as part of that, because, you know, we are also making the game fair, why not put some verification tools in it? So this 1.1 right here tells us the current patch. Patch 1.1. This is the first patch of the game, basically. They patched out slope boost. They patched out the ice... Oh, no, they didn't patch out the Ice Bomb Marauder trick. That was 1.2. Basically, they patched out slope boosting. That's the major thing that they patched out in this thing. So this is as close to release patch as possible for the purposes of this. Now, this is just because id Software patched out some speedrun tech, some strats in later patches, so we just down-patched the game. Now, if you're like, oh, play it on current patch, it's not fair. We do have a current patch category. That's called Restricted Plus, which was pioneered by MMA Fro, which is just like, hey, do this run, but on current patch with more stuff, with more restrictions, with no FPS limiting, and other crap that people might find a little bullshit, you know? Which most people just don't run that because Restricted Plus just limits, how do I put it, some of the cooler parts of the run, in people's opinions. Like, some of the strats before they patched them out were just that cool. Why do they not run release? It's all preference. Like, you'd have to ask the runners themselves on why they don't run a release. Everyone has a different reason for it. But if you want the quick answer, it's slower. Release is also buggier? True. So it's harder in some aspects. Sorry, people. I just have a lot of phlegm in my throat. Didn't mean for that. 50-50 chance the speedrun utility also steals your credit card info? No, we do that with the down patcher. If you use our community down patcher, your credit card info gets forwarded straight to Zai. Okay, we're on to Exultia. This is basically like Hell on Earth. There's not much more movement going on that's too different. It's all literally basically bunny hopping. Bunny hopping, combat route optimization, all that shiz. Why did you just launch the grenade? For funsies, why not? Oh, this Catgo glitch, it puts a smile on my face every time. He doesn't look at it? Massive. See, like, there's the Catgo corpse. It dies out of bounds because basically we put it in a spot to where it doesn't have pathing. You know, it spawns in a spot where it's like it's destined to, like, go down. But if you're positioned somewhere where it's, like, blocks its pathing a little bit, it won't go down. And that part where it spawns, it technically has no pathing, so the game just kills it. No time? You can... Okay, isn't that hard to, as you're moving, turning your camera? Just walk backwards, dude. Come on, it's for the funny. It's kind of like how in the Marauder and Blood Swamps, how I always look at its death, even though it's slightly slower. It's like, it causes so much joy. Is the half a second really that important? I guess for a world record holder, why not? And then, Well, the cool thing this here is this punch boost off this wall and keeping all that speed. You don't realize how much of a pain was it before that punch boost was discovered, because we just had to rely on bunny hops. Thing about bunny hop gaining speed that I haven't mentioned is if you jump the first frame you hit the ground on a bunny hop, you get no additional speed. It's just not how it works. You have to jump on the second or third or fourth frame you hit, like, the ground in order to get that, you know, speed boost. So you're trying not to aim for right as you hit the ground. You're aiming for slightly after you hit the ground, which kind of fucks up your internal timer just a touch. Walking backwards is 8.5 speed, while forwards is 9.5 speed. So yeah, walking backwards is time loss. You have to wait for the door to open, Quarth. It doesn't matter if you're half a second late, because you're still waiting. These freaking nerds not understanding what an auto-scroller is in my chat. I thought these were speedrun professionals. Chat, I thought you were supposed to be smarter than me. Alright, first rune, pickup. Obviously, it's air control. Air control just gives you increased air acceleration, which makes everything just easier movement-wise. You're able to round corners faster. You're able to conserve momentum better. It's just quick. It's just quick, dude. These are the simple things, but, like, look at this kill combo. So, these two soldiers dead instantly. Grenade, precision bolt, blood punch. You might be seeing why he's punching after every precision bolt. That's just a thing called punch swapping. Think of it this way. This game resets your weapon cooldown when you swap to another weapon. And the game considers your fist another weapon. So if you basically swap to a weapon while your fist is out, it counts as, like, a hot swap. It's one of the most niche things that we use just to fire a precision bolt just slightly faster. Fists are a weapon. AbsoluteMassive's fists are a weapon. That's for sure. Oh, dude! That is... Just appreciate this. Punch boost. Bunny hop. Look at this precise air control. Grabbing the battery to grab the... Dude. How are you just not shocked, like... How does that not put, like, happy chemicals into your brain? How does it not? Like, if you... This is how we test for sociopathy, people. We show them a clip of that, and if they feel nothing, you have something wrong with you. Into the asylum you go. Anyone else second that? I think that's a pretty good test. See, like, and you can see a part, like, from just small movement sections like this, where this is why Doom Eternal is, like, the best game, or one of the best games for speedrunning or whatnot. You get that satisfying, like, you can always continue your movement and chain it into something else. Even for small movement sections like that. See, like, look at that dash boost into Bunny Hop's monkey bar grab. I have a different setup for that, but my goodness. It's still sick. Oh, does he do the punch boost here? Oh, please do the punch boost here. Punch boost off the corpse of the Kako. Straight in. Ah, man. It's just clean, man. It's just clean. Yo, it's the Umbra Penumbra _ What's up, Umbra? I was kind of lurking in your last stream when you returned to Doom Eternal. Glad to see you're back, buddy. Hope it's all been well. Wait, how did the other Kako die? I think you're referring to the Exultia one? You're talking about right here? So that Kako, basically, you just kill by just shooting it. And then this one is the glory kill. And then you can punch boost off its corpse because it's, you know, its punchable hitbox is still slightly there before it dies. But yeah. Beat only speedrun. Unfortunately, I don't play into people's kinks. God, it's so fluid. I love it. That's what she... So I guess I don't mention dash boost. Dash boosting kind of works the same way as punch boosting, where if you interrupt it midway, you basically get to keep your dash speed in the same way of punch boost. It's just, you gotta hit like a type of collision and it's fine. All right, and then, oh, wait. This is my routing right here. Grabbing this page after that door, I discovered it. It's the one thing that's still part of the round. Yo, what's up, Heinz? For people who don't know Heinz is another top runner of 100% here. So, you know when they say, why does he shoot the plasma rifle? Why does he shoot the plasma rifle? He's charging Heat Blast for use later. Oh, dude! Oh. Wait, I didn't see this. So, okay, he does what's called like a variation of a dash boost here called an edge boost. So you may notice FPS here, okay, if it's not blocked by the watch later, is 33 FPS. Now, what a lot of runners do is they bind movement back to scroll wheel down or scroll wheel up. So what he does limits FPS to 33 because your motion in this game is tied to your frame rate. Most of the physics is tied to your frame rate in this game. And then he clicks this mouse wheel 3 times or twice, depending on the setup, to get a perfect position for an edge boost, which is a dash boost off the corner of a slope. And then he uses that speed to get a bunch of height, get a lurch chop off that for even more speed to come out of that door at top speed. Ah, it's sexy. Cheats? I think it's cheats too, MMA, but it's also awesome as hell. I don't like frame rate limiting. It's a little weird in this category, but hey, it's how the category was run. So spear skip is no longer faster. Yeah, no, Umbra. You from the old days, we used to do spear skip in this. But it turns out it's like 2 to 3 seconds slower with optimal routing. We just found good enough combat routing. And the movement after this section, we found a way to optimize it so much that it completely trivializes, like, basically any time gain. Excuse me. Any time we save from going up above and ignoring it. So, like, look at this dash boost into, he messes it up slightly, but he gets the backup. Ramp hop off the little slope here to get to the top. And that's why we don't do this anymore, because we can just make the section so fluid. So, ramp... Oh, whoa, wait, hold on. Moments before another big trick here. Give me a second. A ramp hop, basically... Okay, if you think and look at a slope, if your slope is steep enough, and if you jump when hitting it, what happens is, or at least is what we think what happens, is when you go at a speed into a slope, the game basically transfers your speed along the slope, and then it applies friction. But if you jump right before it applies friction, well, you get your speed in the diagonal direction of the slope, plus your jump height. That's a ramp hop. And then punch boost? Ah, dude, that is sick as fuck, man. This game just has so many cool things going on all the time that, like I said, people said if I had to pause this for every cool shit that happened, we'd be here for 10 hours. We might. Who's the runner? AbsoluteMassive. Here, if there's any mod in chat, feel free to just shout out AbsoluteMassive whenever somebody mentions where the runner is. Actually, Onyx, could you do that? Actually, no, wait, I think I can do that. Twitch.tv/AbsoluteMassive. Here. And then can I pin this? Onyx, could you do me a favor and pin that message that I just sent in chat? Just pin it to the top. And so people know where the runner is and they can just find his channel with one click. That'd be cool. Hi, YouTube as well, Retro. He is insane. I am insane too, but also so is AbsoluteMassive. Anyone who speedruns this game is a little insane. So this is the purple goo. Fun fact, actually, if we were playing this game, ideally, you'd never touch purple goo, except for like right here at the very end of this slope. If you do get a really good punch into a really good bunny hop, or excuse me, a really good bunny hop into a really good punch, you can get basically onto the lip and then just avoid purple goo altogether. Yeah, so ideally, we only touch purple goo once in this whole run, and that'd be right here. What the frick is this dude doing? Okay, well, congratulations. I guess you're banned. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was banning some noob in chat. I need to see this again. Oh, he misses the first shot, unfortunate. Gets sniped by a Kako. And heat blasts it for a quick kill. Okay. So that, right there, that was an example of an encounter that didn't go optimally because of just 1 or 2 missed shots. But a thing you'll see with every long category, especially 100% UN, is you got to be able to back up your strats instantly. And Massive, even though he makes a small mistake here, like the most minutiae mistake, missing that 1 sticky bomb, that's basically the only thing he does, still able to make this a super clean encounter, only losing like less than a second maybe. Oh. If you don't know what's going to happen here, this is like, I'm not joking, one of the sexiest things that can happen in this game, and it's the second level. What happens is he's going to chain a dash boost into a punch boost, which requires just precise timing, and I figured, like, I don't need to go. He's going to line up on the floor, and then line up on it visually, and you'll just see what happens. Oh, no! He made 2 mistakes. Missed a fodder, too. Unfortunate. And then he slips in between an invisible wall and collision to get just into that crack. It's so nice. Yeah, we call that Weaver Skip. It's great. That trick is hard. It took me like 2 to 3 hours to learn that, and I still don't get it consistent. Oh. I say oh as if something that's just... Oh. See right there, he scrolled a bit too much, so he was just constantly rab hopping and wasn't able to get to the spot where he could dash boost to get that key. Actually, I think what goes on there is something slightly different. You won't notice this just by watching it. You only notice this from inputs or if you're paying attention to the display. That's a Zai boost, where it's basically you chain a ramp hop and a dash boost at the same time. Yeah, no, if you thought the techs were just on their own, no, you can combine several Doom Eternal speedrunning techs into one trick and make it something completely different and more powerful. Part of the reason why people love the speedrun is because you never just learn something and that's it. You learn something, it's a new tool in your toolkit to go faster. And that's honestly what makes routing / running this one of the best experiences. How'd he get out of the purple after the crystal? Good question. Let's rewind a bit. So, okay, so purple goo normally locks your movement. If you try to jump, it'll be like, you get like a and then you go immediately back down. That takes actually a bit amount of time. So if you scroll jump as fast as possible, you constantly get the upwards part of your jump until you're out of the purple goo zone, able to jump away. So we're spamming jump as fast as possible. Play it just for one more, so you can see exactly. See, so like what he's just doing there is scrolling constantly. But yeah, let's go back to the Slayer gate. Cheats? A little. What you gotta understand, people, is that what Doom Eternal speedrunning, we kind of allow, quote-unquote, cheating. In other words, like, for the sake of a good run, like, scroll to jump normally isn't too accessible. Like, for example, consoles can't bind scroll to jump. But we, on PC, because we can manipulate all our keybinds with console commands and whatnot, we just allow full, like, basically reprogramming of your keyboard / mouse, whatever. And a consequence of that is being able to spam jump way faster than is anywhere reasonable for a for a console runner. So MMA Fro, who's saying cheats in chat, they're saying cheats because they're one of our best console runners. Actually, not one of our best console runners. MMA Fro is undisputably our best console runner. So, like, they can't do strats like these. This Slayer Gate is actually super optimized. The first encounter is a bunch of fodder clear, so basically stickies, grenades, heat blast, blah, 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 precision bolts. The whole meat of this encounter comes in the second phase when the Dread Knight and Revenant spawn. We're going to end this encounter early, and Massive is just looking at a precise area to get this Dread Knight to spawn consistently, so he can chainsaw him and instantly end the encounter. Now, the clear condition from that encounter, for those who don't know, is that all demons are dead, and since this encounter is structured in waves, there's a first, a second, and a third wave, and there's a brief period in between the second and third wave where there's a delay in spawns. So, if we kill all the enemies in the second wave before the third wave spawns, we met the clear condition for the encounter. All enemies are dead. It doesn't matter that more are about to spawn. The clear condition's met. We're out of here. And this is just more sick bunny hop dash boost movement. Like, oh no, he failed the ramp up. Oh, shoutouts to Kovac from the Kovac's aim trainer, also a Doom Eternal speedrunner. He found this small little ramp jump that you can do here. That's very precise. Like, you can ramp jump off this little slant, and you can make it all the way to the end. But luckily, there's just a dash boost back up that only loses like a second. How do runners get through the menu so quickly? Just by memorizing. It's basically game knowledge. Oh, but before... Sorry, I got distracted by a chat message. We need to watch this in full. This is something we call chain hop, which is one of the most difficult bunny hop chains in the whole thing. We're going to change a dash boost for our initial speed. Try to carry that all the way to the island. Look, one. Bam. Oh, got a bad hop there, but is still able to save it. Still able to save it. Barely gets through the death plane. That was a nail biter. Was it Kovac or Undeceiver? I'm pretty sure it was Kovac. If it's Undeceiver, well, Undeceiver discovered a lot too. It's hard to keep it all in track. Apologies if I got it wrong. And that's just a precise, how to put it, kill things as they spawn. That's the strategy there. Some of the menu can be done with your eyes closed. Yeah, no, if you play this game enough, unironically, I can menu in my dreams. Can you explain the times on the site? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to be... This is just like the in-fortress movement, so nothing's too interesting going on here. In the Repertorium, all you'll see is like... Kind of like how the first encounter in Hell on Earth, there's a lot of randomness with the spawns, so he'll just stand at a spot with the sightlines of the most spawns and try to kill things as quick as he can. You just have to be a god of reaction time, basically, for this next section. So if you look at the timer here, this is how we calculate times in the speedrunning. We do in-game time, meaning any time in the loading screens is not counted for the full timer. And the reason why we do this is because people's PCs have different hardwares. So it isn't really fair to judge somebody as a faster time because they have a better PC, so they load quicker. So we remove loading times so that these games are not pay to win as possible. Unfortunately, because Doom Eternal has all its physics tied to frame rate, like in the top left, you'll see we're running at 250. This game will just naturally be pay to win in some aspects because it's just physics-based. But we try to, like, how to put it? We try to lower the amount of pay-to-winness as low as possible. And getting out loading screens is just standard for every PC game. Basically cuts out loading screen times. Nearly everything. Does Doom Eternal have a max frame rate cap for smears? Yeah, it's the 250, as I said. However, if you ask me, this is before my time. The moderators before me decided the 250 frame rate. Unironically, I think I would have, if I was moderator, if I was speedrunning God, it could dictate what every speedrunner has to do by my arbitrary rule set. I'd say we probably should have limited the FPS to 200. It'd be a little bit more fair on people's PCs. Be even the playing field just a little bit across people. Because this game, there are some sections that are so unoptimized, like you'd be lucky to get 120 FPS, regardless 250. So it's one of our many regrets of Doom Eternal speedrunning, but it's kind of like the history exists so, how to put it? We have so much history that exists with that previous cap, it doesn't make sense to lower it now. So it's just something to keep in mind for Dark Ages if we get that again. We're on to Cultist Base. Cultist Base is the most hated level in any Doom speedrun, just letting you all know. It's super hated. Now, basically this level is like the definition of micro-optimization after micro-optimization after micro-optimization. Like, look at that. Ramp hop into the, into the Skull Secret. Little stuff like that. And if you miss like a little micro-optimization, you'd be surprised how much time loss it loses. So much. But you see, AbsoluteMassive is just a master of hitting those dash boosts, hitting those ramp hops, which you just kind of gotta be. Oh, very quick, course spreading misinformation in my chat. Skyhook is not impossible on 120 FPS. It's doable on 30 FPS. I've done it on the Switch, okay? If the Switch can do Skyhook, I think 120 FPS will be fine. The popular variation? Yeah, but there's still a variation you could do. Like, oh yeah, you can't do Skyhook if you ignore all the ways in which you can do Skyhook. And then, because there's insta-kill traps in Cultist Space, it's just optimal to use them whenever possible. Like, you see that taking out a Macubus. Plus, you also have to wait for a timer to count down for that arena to end, so killing that Macubus faster actually doesn't matter. Okay. One small thing you'll see here that I haven't touched on is there's this technique with the plasma rifle called yeet blasting, which, yes, great name. You can fire the heat blast multiple times. For whatever reason, like if you swap weapons away as you heat blast, the game gets in a state of confusion where it's like, oh, hey, I don't know if we fired the heat blast before. Why don't we just fire it again? And you can fire it up to 4 times when doing that. All you have to do is literally swap weapons as you heat blast. Like, look at this. Bam. He just hit the Arachnotron like 3 times with the heat blast. Oh, dude, he does a little quick manipulation of the frame rate to like 31 FPS, scrolls back a little, sets up an edge boost so that he can just go through this door at top speed as it's like the top of the gate. And bam. Straight to there, avoiding all that parkour. It's just the small things like that where you think, if you asked me, back then, when we just did, like, our little, like, we have, like, a little edge boost, like, wall dash strat for that. If you asked me if we could get that little door area optimized back then, I'd be like, no, it's basically there. But then there's some, you know, cracked out nerds here with their frame rate limiting, their binding movement to scroll into an edge boost, and it's just like, yeah, no, we could save time. But here's the thing, to save that, like, extra second on that movement section required 3 extremely complicated steps. But that's just the type of gamers Doom Eternal is. Oh, punch boost, by the way. Into there. Nice. In case you're wondering, that punch boost strat saves no time. It's about equivalent to bunny hopping through it. It's just runners do that because it's more consistent than bunny hopping. Rocket Launcher, our best friend. Rocket Launcher is like the highest source of burst damage in this game. And you'll see PB Rocket. Irina would be proud. PB Rocket is just our best form of DPS with the Rocket Launcher. Basically, swap out Burst Damage Precision Bolt for Burst Damage Rocket, Burst Damage Precision Bolt. It's so good. So now we're introduced to the Whiplash, my least favorite friends, but basically we just spawn camp them, except for this one who slowly makes their way towards us. And you can see there, that's just an example. I'm gonna state this now so I don't have to state it later. Most encounters in this game are basically just memorization. rote memorization. Memorize where all the enemies spawn, memorize what type of enemies spawn, and memorize what they're likely to do after they spawn. And that's an encounter where it's just played through perfectly like that. Like, he knows where every Whiplash is going to spawn, he knows where most of the soldiers are going to spawn, and he just basically wastes the spawn capsule with PB and rocket launch. In case you're wondering, he's like, oh my goodness, this is so much unadulterated skill. It's like, no, this isn't an adulterated skill. You at home could do this. You just gotta, how do I put it? This is kind of like a class where you just gotta study. Like, this is all studying. This is just like, get flashcards of memory spawns, get flashcards of enemy spawns, and just memorize them. And then you can probably do this just as well. That being said, execution is still hard, but no, the hardest part is just getting it into memory. Oh, one small thing that nobody will ever notice, but it's something that makes me happy every time. He chainsaws this last enemy. So, an enemy is considered dead at the start of a chainsaw animation. Not at the end, at the start. This is different from glory kills. Most glory kills are dead at the end of the animation. So, because we have to wait for, like, the door unlock button to, trigger, chainsaw for the insta-kill, and then while the button is triggering, we're getting that ammo. So in other words, we're losing no time from this chainsaw animation. Super micro-optimization, but one of the many things we keep in mind running. Retro's being a bit modest here? No, it's just memorization, dude. It just takes time. That's all it is. A lot of people like to put, people like AbsoluteMassive, a bunch of speedrunners, all that stuff on a pedestal that they're so much better. No. They just have a lot more time. Most people at home could do this if they want. It's just how much time do you want to dedicate? In the case of AbsoluteMassive, they just dedicated like 1,500 hours to learning nothing but this route. And probably a lot more. Probably in something about like 2,000 to 3,000 if I had to guess. So this encounter, okay. One thing you'll see here, lock-on burst. Lock-on burst is the most OP thing for the early part of the game, because 3 rockets kills nearly everything in one shot. Well, in one burst. So this encounter, and for example, is just spawn camping as many things as possible with lock-on burst. Like that Kako, this Revenant, that Arachnotron, this Whiplash, freeze it so that we don't have to rocket it so we can serve for this Hell Knight, eat blast to kill those soldiers. Oh, the Whiplash lived. Unfortunate. Get a chainsaw while a Mancubus is spawning and a Revenant is spawning, just so that we can lock on them instantly. And just like that, the encounter's over. Oh, the edge. Are you fucking me? That is so cool. Okay, so after all the required enemies are dead here, we're trying to get to that door because it will just about open. So normally the strat is that we would set up on top of this fence where my mouse is, and we would dash as the cutscene ends. This triggers a strat known as cut speed. It's another way of interrupting your dash. Basically, the cutscene interrupts the dash mid-dash, so we get to keep that speed afterwards. But AbsoluteMassive says fuck this, and instead does an edge boost to get as close to the door as possible, and have as much height as possible, and then dash boost as the cutscene's happening at the door. What the hell, man? Like, that's just sick. Oh yeah, Barjan touches on one thing. One thing that happened during that fight was punch canceling. Punch canceling, I think, is it slightly faster than mod swap canceling? I think it's just more consistent than mod swap canceling. But that's super nerdy. We won't touch on that much. But yeah, we can cancel lock on just a little bit. Oh, yes! That's another example of a punch boost. Okay. I feel like I have to rewind and get this because Mute would be upset if I didn't tell you the name of this punch boost. This punch boost is called Moroccan Spice Chicken with Toasted Vegetables. And see, you can see from that boost, obviously, why it's called that. Yo, Zatter, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Do you have an idea on who the main enemy in Doom Dark Ages could be? I assume it's some demon. I assume it's some team. That's it. I don't know anything beyond that. So, sorry, this run is so fast paced. I can't even have an opportunity to respond to a donation. Now, this is a notorious fight called Pit. Basically, what you're supposed to be at the bottom of this pit, fire spawns up, and they're supposed to kill everything in this, like, you know, basically Fight Club-esque scenario. But there's a secret encounter up top that we trigger because normally the platform's supposed to raise, unlock the secret encounter and whatnot, and then you're supposed to do that. Turns out you can slightly, you know, get around doing this pit fight by another precise edge boost because the door opens above you. It's just the developers had no reasonable way of expecting the player to get there. So he's going to do this precise movement, out of order, like, fight routing to get these two encounters spawned at once so that he can overlap them and thus save time because there's less waiting. Okay, now that that's explained, we can watch it unabated. So see, gate lowers. All through this traversal as he's bunny hopping through this damage things to hit this button, the first wave of the pit fight is spawning. See, secret encounter, and then instantly drop back down. See, you can... The game even assumes that the floor will spawn there for a little bit, as you can see from the soldier animations. It's just super cool. And then yeet blast to kill most of the secret encounter. Ah, it's just so sick, dude. Wow, why isn't there a glitchless category, streamer? What? That whole encounter, that doubling up of encounter was possible because of a glitch. And you're telling me you want to do glitchless where they do that one encounter at a time? Or would you rather them double up encounters and make it even harder with better routing? I don't know, dude. That is... I wouldn't change it. Did I make up a chatter to get that reply? Yes, I did. Did I make up a chatter for that reply? Yes, I did. Sometimes I just chat to myself. I don't need to respond. Glitches are boring and easy. Thank you, Loosenut. Oh, the death plane... Okay. Normally there's a death plane for, like, if you fall in that, like, level, like, right after this door. However, it extends under the floor just a tiny bit. So we can use that to bonk our head to get teleported up an elevator. Then we hit the trigger to spawn in the enemies, and bam. It saves one cycle, which is about, I think about 5 seconds? 6 seconds? Something around there. Take my meds. I'll have you know that I am unmedicated. Oh, someone had asked a question on chainsaw routing. I'll do that right before we get to this routing section. Chainsaw routing depends on a lot of variety of factors. We do sometimes 3-pip chainsaw a lot of enemies, and other times we just 1 chainsaw pip for the ammo refill on a zombie or something. It's heavily dependent on situation and context, whether we go for the 1 chainsaw pip or the 3 chainsaw pips. So unfortunately, that's the most concise answer I can give you. It depends on a fucking lot of factors. How good you are at speedrunning is really dependent if you're unemployed or not. Hey, Joey, how about this? It's some people's employment to speedrun. Have you ever considered that? I mean, people like Massive. If you know Massive, he's killing it on Twitch and YouTube and whatnot. His runs get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views. That correlates to hundreds of dollars. And when he streams, he regularly gets over 100 viewers with subs, donations, and all that crap. Speedrunning is kind of his job. It's at least a part-time job in terms of income. So, yeah, no, that's part of the reason why he could be so good, is because he is a little bit financially stable because he's good at speedrunning. So it's sort of like a self-feedback loop of you got to be good enough to get enough viewers, enough, like, subs and money and whatnot, so that you could dedicate more time to speedrunning, which means you could get more about it, and blah, 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 blah. That's kind of how the process works. There you go. Revenant section, this is just the battle mode, like, showcase. Like, hey, we have battle mode. Here's a little test trial. Try it, please. It's totally fun. How do any of these glitches get found? Trial error, a bunch of people in the community just trying to break the game and see what works, and a lot of the time it's just getting lucky. Oh, wait, sorry. Bulb Slayer, you subscribed to me 40 minutes ago. Apologies, I'm just too locked in trying to analyze the run, but thank you very much. I hope you're still here. By the way, people, if you're thinking about subscribing to me, do me a favor and don't. I'm not consistently streaming at this point in my life, so I'm only going to do about 1 stream per month. You won't get your money's worth is what I'm saying. Oh, dude, I love it. People are finally doing my optimization in this loot box arena. It's such a small optimization. This is one thing that I find. I'm pretty sure somebody rediscovered this or whatever, but I found it first, so fuck it. I'm going to call ownership to this. So all the enemies that spawn out of these boxes are consistent. Basically, we're just going to double up, getting cue balls to kill all these things. Insta-kill those guys. Freeze, cue ball into this. And the precise thing here is he fires a rocket, chainsaws instantly, because if you will like start chainsawing an enemy immediately when you hit the button. So fire the rocket, teleport in front of the rocket via the chainsaw, and the rocket takes out the other two as you're chainsawing, as the door to the end of the arena is opening, saving basically overlapping time. And then meat hook up, and then it just allows for that traversal to be way faster. We used to chainsaw that zombie and then take the monkey bar, which is 2 seconds slower. It's so sick, and I found that like 2 years ago, and nobody was doing it. I'm glad that people finally moved to my optimal routing. Don't look at every other part of my run that is unoptimal, though. Sticky and Flame Belch will get the triple kill as well? Yeah, no, you're right, MMA Fro. It would as well, but Rocket, why not? Rocket's just cool, too. Also, thanks for the bits again, Zader. How's the stream an hour in if the timer is 22 minutes? Oh, because we're pausing and talking about everything. Because if I just let it play and not explain everything, what's the difference between me just playing the run and me just being like, wow, OMG, Pugger face? Obviously, I'm pausing to give commentary because otherwise I'd basically be stealing AbsoluteMassive's run, which... No. I'm not XQC. I won't be doing XQC. No, we're gonna actually give a shit. Oh, one thing you'll see here. This is just another example of such cool movement that I have to point out because I don't know, what else am I here for? Dash boost, bunny hop into ramp hop up to the frickin' sentinel thing, skipping the entire movement section. Oh, he doesn't do the little bunny hop movement here, huh? Okay, well, small little thing to optimize for later. To be fair, that movement thing is tough. I've tried practicing it, like, how to put it? It's so much work for so little time gain. Raichu doesn't want to be on Jack's films, you're right. See, oh, dude, this routing is so... Okay, hold on. I have to... Brace yourselves. This whole encounter got a new reroute, and it's sick as hell. I hope Massive gets it. So, Revenant dead. Oh, just use the cue ball. The cue ball's an insta-kill on the Rev. No, you'll see why we use it later. Meat hook down. Bunny hop. Okay, a little bit of slow movement. I still think they got it, though. It's a tight cycle, but there is a little wiggle room. And then cue ball into the Kako. Fucking hell, dude. As you solve the puzzle right as it gets, like, green-lit right at the end. This is so fast, you don't know how the runner stays oriented? Yeah, no, I kind of... Okay, this is the comparison I make in my mind of everything complicated and the lights and the flashes and everything going on here. It's kind of equivalent to, like, an Overwatch match where everyone spams their ultimate at the same time, and it's just a bunch of bright colors coming, and it's just mental stimulation of, like, what the frick is even happening. This game just has that in a single-player speedrun environment. Meat hook to skip this reversal section here. Very simple. We knew about that since like 2 days after the game. Oh. Was that a fade-in boost or was that a cut speed? I think that was a cut speed. All right, Slayer Gate Key, just quick traversal onto that. Oh, one small thing that you won't see, that you'll blink and you'll miss it. If you dash off an edge, what happens is the ground has like a little bit of magnetism to the player model, which will actually drag it down. That's how, partially like, you know, how the game keeps you on the ground when you're moving and whatnot, casually. This effect takes place like after you dash off the ground, which will pull you down slightly quicker, giving you slightly more speed, allowing him to get more speed off this lurch hop to go to the Slayer Gate Key door. You wouldn't even notice that. You'd just think he just dashed and then jumped. But no, it's actually faster to dash off that ledge. This combat, I feel like I've described most of the things you need to understand this combat. Basically, spawn camping every single Mancubus. There's a little bit of randomness with Prowlers that spawn in here, but the idea is you kill the Prowlers during the phase where you're waiting. So, instantly killed Mancubus, 3 rockets. Heat Blast to kill 3 soldiers, which will spawn in a Mancubus. Chainsaw while the Mancubus is spawning. We're waiting on the next wave, so this Mancubus is just going to be killed in the interim. Kako needs to die. This Kako needs to die. And now we're waiting for the 3rd phase. Prowler's around. He's looking to kill the Prowlers. Gets both of them on top of him. Good luck, actually. And then it's just 2 more Arachnotrons, but they spawn kind of delayed, so he can spawn camp all of them. Oh, using a barrel to kill those imps just because he witnessed that. That's good reaction time and thinking. Sheesh. Massive really is on top of his game. And then after the Slayer Gate, it's just... Oh, that's a good ramp hop. Nice. Oh, is he gonna do, this... Is that up? Yeah, no, that's a fade-in boost. So what goes on here, it's slightly different than a cut seed, but basically your movement is locked when you hit a death plane slightly. Turns out that movement locks cancels your dash, but also conserves your dash speed a little bit, because your speed and your movement and your, your speed and your positional data are sometimes not quite aligned. Now, normally, like, hey, if you're just like, hey, if I move somewhere, yeah, my position gets updated. When your game specifically locks your position, like, you can have a speed and your position locked. Those can exist just coincidentally? I wouldn't say coincidentally, but that just sounds like coincidental. So basically, you have a non-zero speed while your position's locked. That position locks cancels your dash. Your speed gets unlocked. Excuse me. Your position gets unlocked, and then you get that speed the instant possible, which is how like a fade-in boost. And then he uses that to basically just touch the frickin' button and then jump all the way to the elevator, not even needing the bridge that forms after. Concurrently! Fuck yeah! Dreamy alien, you are my savior. That was the word I was thinking of. If only I thought about that 10 seconds ago. And here we see just another encounter where lock-on burst is just it's fucking strong, dude. The only thing that's really important here is we got to make sure that we have 3 chainsaw coming out of this for a quick kill strategy in the next encounter at the beginning of the next level. But all this is just lock-on burst to kill the how to put it, the trigger demons, which are just the demons that progress the wave to, you know, the next state. And killing as much fodder in the interim, because fodder do have to be dead by the end, but, you know, we can kill them as we're killing, you know, progressing the encounters, the thought process. Oh, I didn't see this, by the way. Okay, actually, no, wait. Hold on. Faulting my memory banks. No, this was known about. I just was never able to get this consistent. There's another boost. There's another slope that I like getting the dash boost off of. But this one is harder. I think that's actually a Zai boost, actually. Huh. Gets to a top speed during the cutscene. Cut speed into the button press. End of the level. Zai boost equals cheats. Yo, hi, Scythe. Doom Hunter base speed. All right, so let's take a quick check-in, people. How long am I into analyzing the run? An hour, 23 minutes. We are 28 minutes into the run. For every second in this game I've analyzed, I had to pause for twice as long to explain it. That's just how much shit is going on. How can we dash on walls without looking at 45 degrees away from them? Okay, so dash boosting has to happen on certain types of collision. Okay, the slope is important for the dash boost, but the type of collision is probably just as, if not more, important. And you can see that he does, like, here, if I rewind it a bit, actually, he does a small camera flick here. Oh, one thing to note, you say not at 45 degrees. 45 degrees is the maximum angle you can wall dash at. Any angle, like, more than that, you can also dash boost on. You just won't get as much speed. That's the TLDR. But you can see here, like, dash into that because he's trying to get the upwards height from that little bit of a ledge, and then he just turns and then uses his natural movement to make up the difference here, because you don't want to go too fast. Otherwise, you'll bonk the gate. And, well, you can want to be just in front of the gate so that you can time a cut speed just as it opens. I hope that clarifies. All right. Yo, what's up, Helix? Okay, we're on to the train level. I wish... Dude. All right. I hope people in chat... I hope Doom the Dark Ages has a train level. That's my only hope. If it doesn't have a train level, I will be disappointed. So that's why we want a 3 chainsaw, because killing that Mancubus is just, like, almost instantaneous when you have a chainsaw. It's just super clean combat optimization, and then it also refills for ammo. This will actually be an 8-hour stream. You think I was fucking joking? All right, one small thing you'll see here. He'll limit FPS here. Now, this is a case of FPS limiting that I'm actually completely fine with, for the sole purpose of that if you don't limit FPS here, the game fucks up. Spawn-in animations from enemies are FPS dependent, as with a lot of things in this game. So if we don't limit FPS here, this soldier will just, like, jump down to a different platform than what he's initially programmed to do. Because I'm guessing... We think that this game was, like, quote-unquote, spawn-in animations. Everything was normalized to 60 FPS for consoles. But we're running at 250, so 250 can fuck that up quite a bit, because it's more than 4 times the amount of FPS, which means 4 times of whatever function that's applied during the spawn-in. Which, yeah, no, that just gets into the issues. So limiting FPS here, just make sure the game works as intended. Doom the train ages, please. Literally, I want to Why hasn't someone made a video game that is literally just train level after train level after train level after train level? I'm not joking, it would be the best game ever, because train levels are the best video game levels. Change my mind, nerds. Oh, so that's one thing that I haven't quite touched upon. You might notice the meat hook allows you to do crazy stuff like that. Okay, by the way, casual punch boost. It's cool. So that's a meat hook. Small thing about meat hooking. You may be like, wait, why don't I get that much speed casually? The meat hook speed gain is FPS dependent. Not to mention that if you hold a diagonal direction or a side direction while meat hooking, you get even more speed. For whatever reason, the meat hook, like if you whip it off an enemy, you just get more speed rather than going directly towards it. That plus the FPS dependency and running the game at 250 FPS equals a fuck ton of speed. This game gets harder on 250 FPS. You bring up a great point, Swagfest. It gets harder and it gets easier. It's a double-edged sword. It has its advantages, it has its disadvantages. Some enemy attack animations are directly tied to FPS. Enemies like the Doom Hunter, Dread Knight, Zombie have some attacks that if you have at 250 FPS, they will teleport from 10 feet away to smack you nearly instantly. So, for as much FPS helps out with meat hooking, as much as it helps out with bunny hopping, as much as it helps out with just general game fuel and all that stuff, it's not like it doesn't come with some serious drawbacks. Like, unironically, casually, if you're playing this game, if you do it at 250 FPS, it's actually harder. If you play at 120 FPS, it's more manageable. But for a speedrunner, it's a give and take. I can't believe he... Does he do the... Okay, this is going to be super nerd people, super niche, but I don't care because I think this is cool. Does he do the Drakefo strat? No! Drakefos is rolling over in their grave. For those who don't know, this encounter, it has a very specific encounter wave progression trigger, which is... Pinky needs to be damaged at a certain health threshold, and Fodder Demon needs to be killed, like, within a timer, and then the next wave starts. However, that damage threshold is actually different than the amount of damage the Pinky has taken, because the Pinky has armor resistance on the front of its head. That's physically calculated different than the wave progression damage tracker. Like, they're both tracked independently. And the damage tracker does not account for armor resistance. So if you headshot this Pinky with a precision bolt shot, as you're going through, the Pinky's damage trigger threshold for the next wave is met, and then as soon as you kill the fodders, it'll start the next wave. It's literally like a half a second time save, maybe. At most. But yeah, no, that's just how this game is. I thought that was... If you want to know how funny that some of the wave triggers can be, that's one of them. It's based on its hits actual damage. No, it is dependent on its damage. It's just the damage for the wave trigger just doesn't account for armor reduction. That's the TLDR. Grenade to stun the Pinky just so that it doesn't move so you can get in a super shotgun blast. You prepping? So lock onto the Hell Knight and then it instantly... Oh... this up movement a little bit. It's okay. Mancubus is easy kill. SSG, PB, SSG is all it takes. And then it's just the Whiplash, which chainsawing at the end. Was it? I remember I used to chainsaw the Mancubus for the longest time, but I guess Whiplash is just as annoying. You gotta keep in mind that sometimes Whiplash, it's just harder to hit because it's skinnier model, but the Mancubus is like... So we sometimes just... You know, you gotta account for, like, yeah, it is faster to kill the Whiplash, theoretically. But it's also so evasive that I'm likely gonna miss the shot. So for consistency's sakes, just chainsaw the Whiplash instead. Wait, hold on. I see something in chat. Sorry, people. I'm paying too much attention to run. I love how you're here just to point and laugh at casuals. You don't understand how much frustrated teeth cry you go. MMA Fro's getting triggered by chat, people. Quit saying incorrect things. MMA Fro's gonna be pissed. And just letting you know, if any of you disagree with MMA Fro, just know that you're likely wrong. The dude has over 3,000 hours of speedrun experience in this game and is one of our top runners on a console. I'm not sure. I play on PC, and that dude has a better time than me on Xbox. 3? Oh, is it more? Is it closer to 5K at this point? Holy shit, I didn't even realize. I didn't think you had that much abuse in you. Sorry, I thought you were mentally healthier. Only auto map required to be picked up in the game, by the way, because this is the only one that's tracked. It's a level challenge to pick this up. There is no other map, like, requirement in the game. And this is just a yeet hook into a cutscene, into all that stuff. Those enemies aren't required. Oh, forgot to mention, I guess it's an important thing. Combat rating, in the top right. You may be noticing that he's ignoring demons. That's just because not every demon is tracked by the game. Now, you may be wondering, like, oh, where's the all demons killed run? To where I would say, there is somebody who runs that. His name is Dax Nerd. I don't know if you've uploaded the run, Dax, if you're still here. But no, there are some people who like to play with every enemy dead and then just complete the game in one sitting. It's just that most speedrunners don't want to, because think about it this way. If there's demons we don't have to kill and demons we do have to kill, we get a good optimization mix of movement and combat. And that just makes for a more diverse run, which a lot of people just find enjoyable. Also, not to mention then, if we required every demon to be trilled, that opens a can of worms of how do we fucking track that? Some enemies will literally just spawn infinitely. How do we account for when spawns are infinite? Do we just sit in the arena for forever, killing everyone? And stuff like that. So to ignore it, we only do with what the demonic corruption meter tracks for 100%. Oh, by the way, Yeet Hook. Oh, does he get the awesome? Ah, dude, that's just... That is so precise. It's just honestly... It's a work of art. Undeniably. Very important thing here, meat hooking off demons as he finishes the encounter, just so he doesn't have to do the traversal section. It's so good. And then we pick up our 3 runes. Now, if you notice here, hold on, let me see if I can get the exact frame we select the runes, just so I can touch on rune optimization for a second. So, there are 3 runes that are optimal for the speedrun. We have to pick up every rune, but we only keep 3 equipped because these are just the most optimal. Air control, as previously discussed, just increases your movement speed, makes every level undeniably way faster just from movement speed. Blood Fueled, which gives us bonus speed after glory kills. This is just free time save in literally every way, because there are required glory kills, it applies after chainsaws, yada yada, so why not just take free speed after it? And then this, faster glory kills. There are required glory kills, as said, and it'd be really nice if those were speed up. Every other rune in this game, it's just, they're not really time save. They just aren't. Like, oh, increased stagger time on demons. We kill them all instantly anyhow. It doesn't matter if they're in glory kill for an extra seconds. Equipment power. It would be nice to have some equipment up earlier. However, typically we're able to just route around it, because grenades and ice bombs, like, despite being nice and helpful, they don't really save that much time in comparison to just doing things faster. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Nublar? Thanks for the good kind words, dude. Hope all's well. Alrighty, moving on. Yeah, basically this is just... You gotta kill everything in this hallway in order to continue. Oh, doesn't chainsaw there. Oh, yeah, that's... I wonder why he doesn't chainsaw there. I chainsaw there in my route. I guess, different chainsaw routing. That's weird. Oh, this encounter is a pain for several reasons. You see all these damaging shockwave fields? These actually deal damage to demons. So depending on enemy AI and where it is, you can actually get a lot of demons to just die by standing there. In fact, it's optimal for it. They're kind of rolling the dice every encounter, seeing how much these killed. So what you see here is AbsoluteMassive just basically doing a consistent strategy of, hey, kill this demon, move on to this demon, check this area to see if they're killed. It's a lot of reaction time. This game does a good job, if you ask me, of introducing little bits of randomness to where you're not just testing literally someone's memorization and execution, but rather you're testing their reaction time, which is neat. This fight is clenchy always. Yeah, no, a reason why this fight is clenchy is because these actually do quite a bit of damage to you as well, and you have to be very close to them, you know, for optimal kill combos. And, yeah, relatively clean. Yeah, this is just... Okay, fun fact about this cutscene. This cutscene is so demonstrably long that we've actually tried to reroute Doom Hunter base to try to get rid of this cutscene. There's this old thing where basically we go to the end of the level as fast as possible, unlock fast travel, then fast travel back for everything. And the reason we did that is because we could fast travel the same instance we triggered this cutscene to skip it. Or at least, you know, double up some time somewhat. But it turns out the extra movement that routing required was just slower than watching the cutscene. So here we are, watching it. It's just unfortunate. Isn't there a despawn trigger route too? Yeah, you bring up a good thing, Zeus. Here, let me, I'll rewind. I'll move it to a time where I can talk about that. Here. Move past this cutscene. I want to get to a certain visual so I can point something out. Alrighty. So this game normally has despawn triggers. Now, if I go back... Okay, I missed the frame I was looking for. No! So right here, you see this kind of red wall? Right beyond that is a despawn trigger. Every level has despawn triggers in this game. So basically, like, if demons are spawned in previous sections of the level because, like, you just missed them, or you didn't completely clear an arena, or for whatever reason, the game has these triggers to make sure they're despawned to free up memory for future encounters so they can spawn more things in, have better resources, the game run better, etc., etc., etc. So you can literally, you see this little dash boost here? We can just meat hook off an enemy and go to the exact same spot, hit the despawn trigger, and completely clear the arena, and, you know, move on. However, this category, restricted here, that's Doom Eternal's equivalent of no major glitches. We don't allow any game-breaking stuff. One of those glitches that we say is like, if you despawn any encounter that gives you combat rating, we consider that a major glitch as per purposes of this rule set. So we ban that, so they can't do that. So in case you're wondering, we would despawn them because it's faster and makes that encounter more consistent, but we ban them because we held a vote a long time ago, and runners just didn't find that fun. Like, hey, let me do the combat. I kind of play this category for the combat. I don't want to despawn everything. I just answered right after you said, yeah, it turns out some encounters, if you despawn them, will not award combat rating. But some encounters, if you despawn them, do award combat rating. It's dependent. Undeceiver explains this well, I think, in some of his task videos, if you were looking for more. Yeah, all this is just collectible grabbing. Now, here, before we get past this door, because people who've seen this run know exactly what's going to happen. So meat hooking gives you a lot of speed, depending on FPS, and if you're holding the side direction. That's how you get it to go as fast as possible. Now, because it's FPS dependent, if you are down to slow down time, basically the game runs at the same frame rate, but per less in-game time, allowing more speed, more frames for a certain in-game action. That in-game action being meat hooking, meaning that the function that adds speed is just adding it continuously during the time slow, which allows speed like this. Whee! And just like that, we're at the end of the level. And then we go back to here, and then we go right back. Because turns out, it doesn't matter if we're going more distance by doing these hooks. We're going more distance at a faster speed, which means it's quick as hell. Those both hooks save about 7 seconds. We traverse the entire map twice at insane speeds for 7 seconds of time save. It's cool as fuck. That's probably more of a valid reason than doing that, honestly. Getting speed is easy, going the right place is hard? Yeah, nah. Oh, by the way, you know that whole level, that whole map traversal stuff? He also had to keep in mind his positioning during that whole time where he went because of this caco right here. If you get your movement slightly wrong or whatever, this caco won't be in this place, which will not allow for this meat hook. So, in case you're wondering, oh, it's just traversing the level twice at high supersonic speeds. No, it's also caco manipulation. Oh, speaking of which, getting a dash... So, he's not just jumping around here because it's fun. He's keeping the high speed from the meat hook and just buying enough time as possible to keep that speed going through the door as it opens so he doesn't have to start from 0 speed. Oh, yeet hook into a ramp pop all the way to the frickin' Praetor token too. God. Like, You want to know, like, how all that complex movement, like, how much time that saves? It's on the order of, like, 1 to 2 seconds. Those two big things, the hard keeping those high speeds, yeet hooks into ramp hops, blah, 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 blah. It saves so little time. But you got to keep in mind, every level has a section like that. Every level, every part has, like, something where it's like, okay, I could just dash through it. I could just, like, bunny hop through it and, you know, not lose too much time. But if you do that every single time in every level, you are losing on literal tens of minutes in the run because there's so much in there. Is there a specific method of mouse movement to get the most out of yeet hooks? No. Basically, mouse movement isn't really a factor in most meat hooks. I don't think, yeah, no. I'm trying to think. There's not many, no. There's, like, no yeet hooks where you have to move your mouse. In fact, you can keep your camera stationary and it's typically fine. You just got to make sure that your movement is, like, perpendicular to the direction, like, where your yeet hook is. And then you can get the most out of it. That's basically the main thing. So mouse can be a factor, but most of the times it isn't. Chat, is this the new record run? Yeah, no. This was literally done a week ago by AbsoluteMassive. I believe his Twitch channel's pinned in the chat if you want to take a look and see some of these runs and stuff live. Oh, by the way, small thing. There's a button, like, right at the lip of this little ledge here. You can shoot it from behind because its hitbox extends behind the wall. They just made that hitbox slightly too big. So, dash boosts into a lurch hop to get a little bit. Okay, this boss fight is going to be quick. Now, the thing that's difficult with this boss fight is it isn't if you do it optimally, but if you make one mistake, it could get risky. What Massive is going to do here is cycle Grenade, Blood Punch, Heat Blast, all three of those to get 3 free stuns on the Doom Hunter, getting it out of its first phase. And then, like, it won't be able to react, is what I'm saying. So, look at that. Blood Punch, and first phase is done. Now, you may be wondering how you deal with the second phase. Lock-on rocket launcher is really strong, as we said. Just unload all your rockets. And just like that, that's basically a perfect fight. You can't get much better than that. Right there, there's the tactical double grenade power-up pickup to, spoiler, 2 Doom Hunters show up. So we're basically going to have as much stun as possible so that we can cycle stun of each of their first phases, just like in the previous phase. But, you know, with 2 at once. So, see there. Unfortunately, I'm guessing just didn't get, like, max damage on one of those shots. And Doom Hunter instantly dead. Onto the second one. Grenade, Heat Blast stun, Blood Punch stun. By glory killing that first Doom Hunter, by the way, we get our Blood Punch back. So, it's part of the reason why that's good. Because these glory kills on the Doom Hunters are required. You literally cannot continue the fight without glory killing them. This is part of the why we picked up faster glory kills, because it makes this boss fight slightly faster. I believe it saves 4 seconds, which is just free. Oh, but he's taking a lot of damage. See, that's one of the risky parts about this encounter specifically, is that there's so many enemies firing at you from every direction, and you just have to ignore them, because any second you're trying to do to make the arena safer is a second that you're not spending killing the boss. You'll be editing this VOD a bit for YouTube. If I do upload this to YouTube, yeah, I'm going to be editing it down a lot. But hey, no, I'm just content here to sit here and shoot the shit with chat. Maybe keep the VOD unlisted or something so people can watch it. But I'm having a fun time. Picking up Precision Bolt. Oh, I guess I forgot to touch on Weapon Mastery. Yeah, you might notice... he's going to be working on a lot of weapon mastery. Mostly stuff that coincides along, like, just how you'd naturally play this game quickly. For example, Precision Bolt is being upgraded because the mastery for that is just headshots. We're aiming for headshots on Precision Bolt anyways. So, might as well just pick that up. Same thing with SSG. We meet hook onto a lot of demons. Why not just pick that up and kill them during? So, we'll have everything done by the end. Well, quote-unquote everything. We only need about half because of mastery tokens. But that will be later. Does Doom Hunter take less damage when introduced? Yeah, no. The boss fight has slightly more HP than regular Doom Hunters that are not a part of the boss fight. That is true. So that's why we have to do more combos, more stuns, because it just has more HP. Oh, if you, in other words, you want to join the watch party, MMA Pro. That'd be nice, I think. However, I don't know. I think it'd be nice. How to put it? I've already started this commentating alone. I feel like that's just kind of the vibe of the stream I want, but we should totally do something again. How to put it? We should plan something. Maybe we could do that to something else sometime. Maybe a shorter run or something. Talk to me about it. We can plan something like that in advance sometime. So this encounter, Super Gornest, it's just, Super Gornest is the king of combat optimization. All of the encounters have such a fine-tooth edge to them of, you need to play it like, kill these trigger demons, the spawn in these trigger demons, the spawn in these trigger demons. Like, I'm not joking, some of the most satisfying encounters to pull off are literally in this level. Like, I can think of 3 of them off the top of my head. So, like, right there, those fodder demons killed. That's all to trigger this next wave as soon as possible. And then killing these. Oh, we do so. That's a nice optimization. For some reason, I could never get this. I don't know what it was about it. The optimization just didn't make sense to me. But grabbing the secret as the next wave spawns in, which is this soldier. Oh, see, like, he missed one grenade there. One explosion was all the difference it took to, like, lose, like, half a second there. That would spawn in this soldier, which then we would kill this Mancubus, going on to that soldier, which is, how do I put it? That last soldier, not required for the next wave to spawn in. However, it does need to be dead by the ends, you know, for the ends level, for the end arena trigger to happen. Sorry. For the I can't speak. I can't speak. I should have done vocal warm-ups. What the hell am I doing? Tongue twisters. Irish, wristwatch, Irish. For the end arena trigger to happen, that soldier needs to die. Wasn't so hard, was it, Rytro? But yeah, goes into the chainsaw right at the end for that whiplash. If you're wondering why we chainsaw that whiplash, 1, whiplashes are annoying. 2, we need the ammo. Like, they're unironically, we could chainsaw 3 separate demons there, and it'd be the same time save, no time loss, no time save. But, you know, whenever you can say fuck you to a whiplash, take the opportunity, folks. Vocal speedrun needs work, yeah. Dude, okay, so first off, cut speed. By the way, you may be wondering, wait, he cut speeded and then he teleported? No, the game just teleports you during this cutscene for whatever reason, but it also allows you to keep your speed from the cut speed. And goes quick into Heat Blast, Precision Bolt, single heavy cannon shot, glory kill. Beautiful. That is just such a sick glory kill setup. It's also hard to keep all that in mind. Like, how did all that happen? In the span of, like, 2 seconds. Doom Eternal speedrunning, ladies and gentlemen. We're picking up Destroyer Blade here. Destroyer Blade is the best mod attachment in the game, unequivocally. Mainly just because, 1, Destroyer Blade pierces enemies. 2, Destroyer Blade does a fuck ton of damage. And 3, Destroyer Blade normally, like, slows down your movement, but we can get around that Oh, fuck, that was close. You can get around that by bunny hopping. But that is such a neat little stretch. Normally, okay, in the route I learned, we fast travel back for this. We get fast travel early, and then we go back and pick up a bit of secrets. But he combines the encounter of the Crusher and this little side encounter, and then just Destroyer Blades down to kill them both at the same time. See? 5 HP there. That was one-shot protection. There is a mechanic in this game where if you are at a high enough damage health thresholds, the game will not insta-kill you with one attack. It just won't. Mainly just because, like, hey, think about it. I'm sure if you play the classic Dooms, this happens a lot. Like, for example, the Cyber Demons, they have attacks that can sometimes do, like, I'm not joking, 120 damage. Now, when your max health is 100 health, well, without getting over health and all that crap, it can just instantly kill you. And everyone, I think unequivocally, I think will have the gut reaction of, I'm full health, how did that kill me? So in order to, you know, mitigate situations where people think that, if you're, like, above, I think it's, like, 65 HP or something or higher, or have some amount of armor, the game will not kill you with one hit. It'll instead drop you down to some range between, like, 1 and 10 HP, somewhere around there. So that's what saved him there. Literally, the game stopping and being like, no, you're fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, this is just secret gathering. Oh, this encounter. So buff totem introduction. This is just another heavily optimized encounter. Chainsawing that shield soldier as the prowlers spawn. Making sure that you aren't wasting any time from chainsawing. And then this is just all movement. Going through the teleporter sections. And grabbing collectibles. I mean, this encounter honestly is pretty tough casually. And what? That's just done in like 10 seconds? Not even? Are the slow sentinel battery animations required for 100%? Spoilers! Gosh, Eddie. Calm down a time. Oh. So, one power-up we haven't seen in this run is the 4 damage power-up, quad damage. And this is probably my favorite arena in which it shows up, because it's all based around the quad damage. So, Arachnotron's dead with 1 SSG, Rocket, double precision bolt on the Mancubus, needs to kill 4 fodder here, 3 fodder for the next wave to spawn. 2 Revenants insta-killed, Kako insta-killed, and then 2 Carcasses insta-killed, and that's the arena. Quad damage, excuse me, Onslaught, its full legal name, my bad, people. Basically allows you to spawn cap every single demon in that fight. It's insane. Spawn cap? Yeah, I think I'll touch on spawn cap in Art Complex. So but yeah, no, I'll keep that in mind. It's just not too relevant for any of these sections. But yeah, as you can see there, Meat Hook Mastery gets mastered as we're doing combat. Because, like, Prowlers die in 1 Meat Hook shot. So why not just grapple onto them beforehand and then shoot them rather than just shooting them? Like, it's such a small thing that wastes, like, no time and gets you Mastery Tick. Oh, that punch was... Okay, now if you're wondering how much time to save that punch boost saves, not much. But at the same time, you know how easy it is to fuck that up? You know how easy it is to screw up this movement? It's freaking easy. But Bunny Hop, you see him wiggle basically just to avoid hitting walls to bide enough time for gravity to take its course so that he can get low enough, use the double jump, all the way to this hallway into the secret encounter to make sure that he keeps at top speed. Ah! Like, if you, again, I think a lot of the movement in this run is could literally be a test for sociopathy. Did you feel anything from that movement? If no, there must be something wrong with you. Oh, does he kill these guys? Huh. Yeah, no, fun fact about those whiplashes and those shoulders that he just destroyed blade, those are not at all required demons. However, it's just does that for safety. We have the ammo routing for it, and also, like, it's a fucking whiplash. If you leave a whiplash uncontested in a tight area, if you played this game casually, you know that's dangerous as hell. So, yeah, no, that's basically a safety strat. Oh, small thing. Remember that chainsaw about an enemy dying on the first frame? Yeah, we kill those 2 zombies, get a chainsaw so that, you know, chainsaw animation overlaps as these guys are spawning in. Woo! It's always the little stuff like that over the course of the run. Each little thing adds into the next, which adds into the next, which adds into the next. It's the butterfly effect of a fucking speedrun. It's really good. Oh, punch boost. I think I found this variation of routing. This is another one of my things. That being said, I didn't find the punch boost, but I did, like, do the routing and then people optimized it. So, yeah, I'll be taking my paycheck. Every time, I'm just having you know, this is my stream, people. I will point out every strat that I found because I'm, how to put it, egotistical. See, heat blast into precision bolt into super. That is just such a quick glory kill setup. If you don't know, the original glory kill setup is PB rocket, PB rocket, PB rocket in the head, and that with armor reduction is enough for glory kill. We did that mainly just because we found that shooting him in the tail is inconsistent. Sometimes you can completely bypass the HP window for glory kill state and just kill him instantly. And that I put it. That heat blast into precision bolt into single heavy cannon shot. I guess I just never knew about that, but it's cool. Here's your paycheck for 15 seconds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How important is the crystal update order and suit upgrades? Suit upgrades, very much. Crystal order, remind me when we get to a crystal next, and I'll go into it. But yeah, no, there's too much to talk about while the run itself is going on. Up. And yeah, that Mancubus, well, it's required to kill. I don't know, we're just seeing a bunch of movement and stuff that we all seen before. So, we completely bypassed the intended way to get that secret because, well, that secret overlooks this arena, so we could just do this last fight while at the same time grabbing the secret, and while we're boosting back to plug in the keys, kill the last enemy in the encounter, because why not? That's just optimal, dude. How does he flick 180? He just optimizes his mouse for that, or does he do a hospital flick with his wrist? Okay, so every 180 boost you see is just muscle memory. Basically, he's done enough 180 boosts in the past. He knows how much to flick his mouse in order to get about a 180, and then he can course correct because we picked up air control as the first rune. So if you're slightly off or slightly misaligned, you can slowly redirect yourself into the path you want because you have increased air control. So it's a bit of air control, a lot of it unadulterated skill. Why did he end up glory killing the last Pinky? Something went around before. I think I don't know if it's in his route to glory kill the Pinky at the suit token by the Crusher. But regardless, he froze bomb it and destroyer bladed. I don't know too much about the routing. Your man should play Valorant. Fun fact, people. You may think that all this would translate into multiplayer games. And you're right. It does to some extent. However, if you're talking about aiming, reacting, and firing at people, a lot of this doesn't really transfer over to multiplayer games because I'm a big into hero shoot. I'm big into multiplayer games. I like playing in an Overwatch. I like playing a Paladins. I like playing a Deadlock. And what I find is, like, yeah, my fundamentals of, like, tracking, movements, stuff like that are typically fine. But it's one thing shooting at an AI entity whose pattern is somewhat consistent that you have trained for thousands of hours, and a person you never met before who has erratic movement, of which you have to, like, play 5D mind chess to really predict how they'll move and whatnot. Because they'll have crouch spamming, they'll have side strafing. They could just do the unoptimal choice for the sole purpose of to catch you off guard and then get you. So what I'm saying is, shooting against a player character and shooting against an NPC, completely different. You wouldn't think that the skills don't quite transfer over one-to-one. Yo, Delta, thank you so much for the 4 months, dude. Again, people, don't subscribe to me. I'm on a streaming break right now. I only stream about once a month, so you aren't going to get your money's worth. But I still appreciate it. Oh, Massive also does a bunch of aim training. Yeah, see, like, I'm a weird one. In the Doom community, I don't do, like, any aim training. And my logic behind it is I don't find aim training fun. That being said, I haven't really sat down and gave it a valid attempt, so maybe. Oh, guys, okay, completely besides the point, but I think a fun idea for the video would be me trying an aim trainer for the first time. I'd be like, oh, Doom Speedrunning Pro tries aim trainer, gets surprised by results. And then I put a pog face and a red arrow and Mr. Beast right behind me, you know? I think it could be a really valid video. But hey, something to keep in mind for the future. That's besides. Let's continue. So yeah, we got to the end of the level, unlocked fast travel, basically for the sole purpose of picking up the Slayer again and getting back to it. We cut out a little bit of movement just by fast traveling. So this is another Slayer gate that can be cut early. There's a bunch of fodder in the first phase, kind of like the last one, and a bunch of carcasses. The goal is basically to kill the carcasses as fast as possible and keep the fodder at a manageable level where you can easily see them for the fight so that you can quickly kill them when the next wave progresses to, like, get that, you know, killed all demons condition met before wave 3 spawns. See, like, even, like, especially in this Slayer gate, like, this is world record. A 137. It's a time faster than how... You know what? I wasn't going to say it, but now I had the thought, which means I'm legally required to say it. Like, this guy has a time faster than God, but he still misses shots. Like, it's all about how you recover after, how you can adjust on the fly and still do that, because it's a 1 hour 37 second run. You're gonna make mistakes. You gotta make sure that you can, like, just capitalize off them regardless. So that Shield Soldier spawns in. That means that the next wave is ready to spawn. So he kind of lines himself right next to a Dread Knight location. Insta-kills that. Hell Knight, Soldier, Prowler. And if everything is done correctly... See? Like right there, if he was quick on that Prowler kill, would have gotten that just a half second earlier. This gate is so random stupid. Yeah, it's one of those things where you just kind of have to optimize the random... How do I put it? Yeah, got to route around the randomness. And then this is just the escape section. Which is just, you get like 100 seconds to leave here. We don't need any of that just because of all that movement. Oh, I didn't even talk about ballista boosting because sorry, folks. It's just, it glazed over my mind because it's such a basic thing. I'm familiarity biasing this. But this ballista, it provides knockback whenever you fire it. So if you just turn around, that knockback speed becomes your forward speed. It's as simple as those 180, as we were talking about earlier. Those 180 flicks are very important. And then, yeah, so just bunny hopping, ballista boosting, a bunch of frickin' tech later, and we can get out of this at 20-second mark about. We kind of, how do I put it? We talked about this, but we would, a speedrun category specifically for getting that timer as, like, for getting through that section with the timer as fast as possible would be a sick-ass category. How do people train for specific sections of the run? Okay, Zeus for Earth. They do this very complicated strategy. It's not at all intuitive, so I completely get you for asking it. Of when they want to practice a specific section, they go to the specific section, and then they do it again and again and again and again and again and again and blah, 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 until it takes enough time to where it's burned into the back of their retinas. They can do it in their sleep. That's basically how every speedrun is done. You take a section, you practice it to death, make sure that you can do that so well that you can do it during a full game run, and then you move on to the next one, and you rinse and repeat until you get a time you're happy with for each section, and then you just start doing attempts. That's basically how it goes. But yeah, no, we have programs like save file managers that can load save files for instance sections quite quickly on PC. It makes practice super simple. Consoles, you'll have to like basically go to a level and practice it at a whole. There's no good save state thing for console. Sorry, MMA, bro. And then this is just plugging in batteries. People were asking earlier about, do we have to watch all these slow battery animations? Yeah. Yeah, you do. We actually have a bounty, like, currently going, like, a few people. We have pitched in a few money, or say that we would push in a few money. If anyone finds a skip for skipping these battery sections to get these collectibles beyond it, basically we'll give you a bit of money. So, if anyone wants to glitch hunt, go ahead. You can maybe earn a few dollary dues. Reset mission also resets progression IRC, so you can use Nightmare practice to specific levels for UN. Yeah, no. Reset mission is very good when you're doing individual mission attempts. That is another good strategy. So, look at that. So, you'll see here, chains a dash boost into a ballista boost into a ramp hop. But he barely clips the stairs. Otherwise, it would have been sick movement. But, like, that's the type of stuff, like, you have to do, like, to break down the amount of interactions in that small moment. Let me rewind a bit. So, 1 has to diagonal dash boost. 2 has to 180 the camera quickly to ballista boost, 180 it backwards, and then nail a bunny hop chain to get a ramp hop. All in the span of what? Half a second? What I'm saying is the amount of APM that this speedrun requires is ungodly compared to a lot of runs. And with that, we go into Art Complex. However, I have been streaming for a little over 2 hours, people. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and we'll continue on with the analysis and the run, okay? Okay, BRB. I think your opinion's crap, and you should feel bad. Hi there. Oh! Great game, great game. I like that. 2 gladiators at once. That's freaking fun. Okay, yeah. Very good. I like that, Delta. That was memey. In the great way, in the good way. That may or may not be a good thing, but it's definitely more enjoyable. Oh, hi, Sammer. How you doing? your chats and just don't even say hi, but just, Oh! Why is the Con Maker here? How are you doing, Con Maker? Okay, I like that. That's definitely a fun variation where you have to deal with enemies while the Con Maker is up. That's cool. Welcome to the Utmost Funsies. I'm having really fun so far, Quarth. I've had no issue with whatever, with Urdak so far. But keep this in mind, I do like memes. Wait, freaking Sammer is the Spectre. Okay, never mind, I hate this. I hate this. It's horrible. He goes from 0 to 100 real quick with that response. Where is this buff totem, I wonder? Wait. There was a Spectre? Was a Spectre possessing Sammer or something? What? Wait. Okay, you can. It's just, it's way higher because it's in the chest hitbox and it's ginormous. It's the other stuff that would get it, but if it's just, oh. This. Ah! Hi there. What? Oh, the Icon of Sin is here! Let's go! With 2 Con Makers? Oh wait, it's the health bar. Health bar at the top is his health. Okay. What? The frick is this? I don't know what the frick that is, but thank goodness it's dead. Oh, hi there. Boo, I'm back. Hello, people. How is it going? Yeah, I kind of revamped a little bit. I'm in the process of rebranding a bit of my stream assets and material, folks. Part of that was just me making a BRB and news starting soon screen, all that jazz. But hey, what's up, folks? I'm back. I got what every Doom speedrunning analysis means: a Diet Pepsi. Perfect. Retro needs to get better at reacting. Doesn't he know he's supposed to let the video play while he's reacting to play out while he's gone? I see you back. Where's Retro underscore? The underscore is silent. Tall shade, obviously. Gonna have to reject my analysis for taking a break there. I'm sorry, I have to go to the bathroom. Wow. OMG, streamer, don't you know if you pause the video while you're reacting, it drives down viewer retention? Who would have thought? Wait, when there's minimal stuff going on in his live stream, some people find that boring? What? Sound the alarms. Alright, let's hit play. Let's get to Art Complex. Art Complex is personally my favorite level in the run, and there is new routing to it, which I have not learned because it was after I stopped running. But holy shit, this level is good. I only have 15 minutes of total breaks. Yep. Wait, do all my pauses count as a break, Quarth? I think I'm already bad. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Raph, one of our speedrun moderators. Or, excuse me, verifiers. I believe he looked over this run slightly before I did. Alrighty, this level, the beginning is not at all complicated. It's basically just a bunch of hallway fights. Kill all the demons, get to the next area of the hallway, blah, 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 blah. But this is where you start seeing the use of Destroyer Blade plus bunny hopping. Now, Destroyer Blade slows you down while you're on the ground with it. However, if you jump as you hit the ground, you can conserve your speed from beforehand. So what we just do is to prevent that ground friction is just to constantly jump, and we can just do stuff like that. Oh, except for that hallway fight. That hallway fight, the only thing that's required to be killed are these 3 whiplashes plus the soldier right there. Or is it 2? Regardless, those enemies just need to die. I don't know what those enemies are because we kill them so quick that, you know, they were never there in the first place. We get into the worst. This is the worst level challenge in the entire run. External combustion. Basically, you have to blow up shields with the plasma rifle and get kills with it. 6 of them. Now, ideally, you can get all of them in this fight if you're extremely lucky with enemy AI. So just wait for the carcass, blow that up, blow the shield up, and 4 out of 6. That's not bad. That's actually still workable. Like, you only lose like a second, maybe 2 later going for a backup. But it's not that big of a deal because, like I said, this runs on the order of magnitude of what? An hour 38 minutes about? A couple seconds here or there doesn't matter too much. You just got to make sure you can't make them all the time. Oh, see, like, one of the best things about Destroyer Blade 2 is that we can charge it while going into a fight. So as soon as we get by this door, we start charging it, and look, it's fully charged as we get into position and kill like 3 things instantly. Then we can spawn cap the second wave, get a chainsaw while another Kako is spawning. And then it's just the Dread Knight and the Revenant, basically. And an Imp, but I think he killed that beforehand. There can sometimes be sneaky Imps. And then, normally you hit that button, and then you go into the next area, and all that stuff. But this is a reroute of Art Complex, where we do a strat called Convention Hug. Oh, Massive. I guess Massive failed the initial strat and is going for a backup, basically. Oh, no! They failed the backup! Main strat and the backup? Ah. See, like there, that lost like 10 seconds, which does eat into your time. This level is just difficult, honestly. But yeah, to get to that dash boost. Oh, fails the dash boost. No! Fails it 3, 4, 5. And then gets it like the 6th time. That just eats. That's like 20 to 30 seconds there. That pains my heart. Sometimes you just get that mental block for one point in the run, and then it's just like 5 things after a row, and you're just like, It happens. It happens. Every runner here who's ran any game ever can relate to that wholeheartedly. Whole level has only one single shield soldier? No, there's more shield soldiers. It's just, wait, is there? I'm trying to think. Oh, and wait, sorry. I got so distracted by failing to skip, I forgot to explain it. Okay. Rewind. So, right here, this is a strat called Convention Hug, which is basically a precise dash boost into a death plane. We are halfway through the level now. So we went from just getting outside to getting to halfway through the level to jumping all the way to the bridge, which skips the last half of the level. We now completed the whole level, basically. So all that's left after here is the boss fights. You see here, we only have 1 out of 10 combat rating, and we're at the end. Now, if you were paying attention to the previous levels, this is all done to get fast travel, just so that we can travel through the whole level, skip a few cutscenes, skip a few unneeded movement sections, and just, you know, how to put it, treat Art Complex like it's Breath of the Wild. It's an open world exploration game with a few fast travel points. That's the logic. And look at that. Marauder killed. For people who don't know, on previous patch, Marauder, for some reason, has its like AI programmed to look at where the ice bomb is, so that if it gets hit by it, is be like, no, I blocked it. Like, that's, for some reason, its utmost priority. So while it's trying to block the ice bomb, we can just shoot it in the back. They, of course, patched that out because, I don't know, some id developer didn't think that was fun. Yeah, now we got fast travel, and we're going back through the rest of the level. We teleported to that arena, you know, that we were supposed to go to right before we did Convention Hug. Oh, I didn't realize those enemies spawn in before. Oh. This is a bit of weird routing I haven't seen before. Doing the Slayer Gate first and then the encounter? Huh, interesting. Hold on. Mods. Is this considered a task? Because there's an on-screen timer, allowing the speedrunner to know if they are on pace, and thus what strats they may or may not have to do. I think this run should be considered invalid, and the runner banned for hacking and chats. Yeah, and honestly, I'll deny it right after this, no worries. Oh, okay, so this is the first instance you'll see this in the run, and one of the last instances, just because it's so niche for our uses. But this is called Double Destroyer Blade. So what AbsoluteMassive does here is fire the Destroyer Blade, opens the weapon wheel, and then you see this heavy cannon thing? He'll swap that from micro missiles to precision bolt, mid-firing animation, and look at the consequences of doing that. A second Destroyer Blade. If you're wondering why that happens, we don't fucking know. The best guess we have is that when you're in the firing animation of the Destroyer Blade, it runs a check to see if it's fired, and when you swap mods, that resets kind of the function to think like, oh frick, the Destroyer Blade didn't fire, but it's in a firing animation. Whatever shall we do? And then it fires it as a failsafe. That's our best logic. That's our best guess, but we don't have access to the game code. I would love to see some nerd break it down, especially now that we have a bunch of modding tools and assets. Like, literally, all the game files, like for the ballista, the mod attachments, etc., are in the new modded client on Steam. So, theoretically, someone can dig into the code and figure out how that works. It's just nobody has done it yet. If anyone has the knowledge of game programming or anything and wants to figure that out and explain it to me, I'm just saying, DMs are open. So, modders, look out. Hentai skip. Yep, Violent Rose, that's what it's called. Well, the one after Convention Hug. By the way, I named Hentai Skip. That's my one badge of honor. I didn't find it. The person who found that, though, is banned in the speedrunning community because they were a dick or something. I forget exactly what it was, but basically no one liked him. They just were too insultive, and they got banned one day. And we were like, hey, we called that Art Complex Skip. Well, the dude who founded it called it Art Complex Skip, but they're gone now. So, want to change the name? I was like, yeah, sure, let's call it Hentai. And then it stuck. It just stuck. I think it was literally just because I would tell people in my community, like James, Umbra, Irina, like they were all my friends at the time, and I would call it that, and I would basically say that to them. Then they would pick up the nomenclature, the people in their chat would pick up the nomenclature, and it just snowballed from there. Hentai skip lore is wild, yeah! Dick. What's up, Kev? On point, Kev. On point chat message, I'll say. When you have to do it on big stream, it's anime skip? Yeah, because believe it or not, like, events don't like swearing or allusions to provocative stuff once in a while. Like, they just don't like that. So, yeah, we call it anime because that's the PG friendly. I put it's as close as you can get to hentai without saying hentai. I'd put it's enough to give it, like, just a little bit of, like, I'd put it, the veil of ambiguity, I'll call it, to where it's just like, yeah, no, you can come up with other interpretations, but it's definitely the dirty one. Kind of like, how do I put it? I have a YouTube short where I go over explaining this. It's kind of like how Sausage Skip was originally Big Sausage Skip was originally called a Big Dick Skip. But but that was discovered around the era of Break the Record Live when we had a Doom Eternal event going for that. That was found like right before it. So we're like, oh, the commentators need to explain this, but not call it Big Dick Skip because it's ESA. They don't like too much provocative commentary. So people kind of met it in the middle and say, okay, we'll call it Big Sausage Skip. Or just Sausage Skip. Because, and I think honestly, the dick metaphor for sausage is what caused inspiration for many runners after to just name skips after food. Like, we got pineapple skip. We got Moroccan spice chicken with toasted vegetables. We got 8-ounce ribeye with a pack of Marlboro Reds. Like, we got a bunch of food names, I think, all becomes of that one dick metaphor. Yeah, so you can think BTRL for our food name-based skips. Banana skip? No, banana skip was found way beforehand. That was before the food name trend. But I like where you're thinking. You're getting onto the right process. How many Eternal skips are inappropriate? Some would argue all of them, because this game has blood. This game is inappropriate for children, so there's a ball that bursts into guts. It's okay, though. I'll let my child shoot, like, actual humans in Fortnite, though. That seems appropriate for their age. But God forbid, a red ball has a bit of a particle effect when it gets cut in half. Oh, I didn't realize there was an... Okay, so... This strat's called airplane skip because there's like a fuselage of an airplane here. I didn't realize that there was a jump. I thought you had to do the ballista boost, but no, you can just jump on some collision and then go up. Huh. So the reason why airplane skip is optimal is that there's normally a bunch of stairwell fights in this game. The stairwell fights, they block progress, but they aren't tracked by the demonic corruption meter. This skip allows us basically to hit the trigger to spawn an enemy so that we can do a fight later, but also skip those hallway fights. So in other words, time save. Yeah. Doom is the most Christian game ever. You're killing demons? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're like Jesus with a shotgun here. You're telling me Jesus wouldn't be doing this in the Doom universe? That variation of airplane skip is really only possible when you fast travel here. Really? So that's why it wasn't found for the longest time. Thanks, Quarth, with the knowledge. And then this is Mario's Restaurant. This is just one of the best fights in the game, if you ask me, like, casually. But here, we basically just have it optimized to where you kill both Mancubuses, then you need to kill the Pinkies. They need to kill the Whiplash. Oh, get an animation kit. Oh, animation kit. Wait, I didn't realize you could animation. Wait, was he trying to animation cancel? Can you animation cancel those things? Because I think he just failed it because they still spawned in and they just sneaked out behind him. Yeah, once those are dead and a few other demons are dead, Cybermech spawns in, Mancubus spawns in, and then we're done. Now, this is a big skip, or excuse me, a big thing to keep in mind in Arc Complex, is the concept of spawn cap. The game can only have like a limited number of demons spawned at any given time. It's about 32, I think, for this game, or 31 plus the Slayer at the same time. And we skip despawn triggers throughout the whole level because we're fast traveling, we're doing all this hot girl shit. Which, you know, developers didn't expect you to do that hot girl shit, so obviously they didn't put despawn triggers there. So in this encounter particularly, these demons are not required to go to the rest of the level. However, if these guys spawned in, they'll be taking on future spawn locations because they'll keep spawned in. Or excuse me. They're taking in spawnable slots in future combat encounters, though. So we gotta kill them so that the next encounters are actually faster. Sidewalking into the Whipsaw melee on current is easier. Just use Geo/angles to break Berserk animation. Oh, okay, so he is going for an animation cancel. Thank you. The ballista boost happened because walking too far forward triggered the orange walls. Fast traveling here makes it so that the game never gets that trigger ready. Because you never walked up the actual air. Oh, because you fast travel, basically the trigger never initiates. Ah, that's neat. Didn't realize there was a trigger for the trigger. Huh. It's triggers all the way down, just like turtles. So yeah, now Massive fast traveled back from airplane skip to do this encounter because the encounter at the bottom of the stairs is required. Just none of the fights in the stairwell are required. We can play a game of Blood and Guts, you can't say hentai. Yeah, that's something that's weird just about with people's weird moral systems. Seems kind of awkward, right? You would think that blood and gore would supersede saying a no-no word. But it doesn't. Because human minds are a little weird. We think with our emotions and not really logically. It's like, yeah, chainsawing a guy in half completely fine, but you can't say the word hentai. I feel it should be the other way around, personally. That feels a little strange to me. But hey, we're giving 8-year-olds guns to shoot other people with in every game ever, so... By the way, I'm not going to claim any moral high ground. I was playing Call of Duty at the age of 8, shooting people in a military shooter. I found that fun as heck. But that gets into a separate conversation of, well, you disconnecting yourself from the gameplay and living a fantasy and all that shiz. And let's be real, I don't want to be called satanic by D&D moms again, so, boo. That's more of a thing in the East and the West? Yeah, no, America's also just got effed up. I don't know. Cultural values are weird, people. That's all I'm going to say. Cultural values are weird. Or picking up the Arba and just basically fast traveling everywhere back. That secret encounter previously. Oh, wait, hold on. I guess I was too busy in conversation, folks. Sorry. Let me go back and actually give some transformative commentary. But yeah. This secret encounter is very, I think, neat. I like it a lot. We grab the secret encounter, grab this token, because the secret encounter doesn't spawn in everything at once. It actually takes a few seconds for a pain elemental to spawn in, so grabbing this is free, but also we're getting enemy shooting our back as soon as we stop this animation. And then, Kako, Arachnotron, we save the chainsaw for the pain elemental because the pain elemental is one of the tankiest enemies in the game, and 3 chainsaw pips will insta-kill it. We love saying chainsaw pips, like 3 chainsaw pip, like executions and chainsaw kills, for pain elementals and cybermech specifically, because those are the tankiest enemies that we can chainsaw. So anything under that is kind of less optimal. You want to think about it that way. When was I getting chastised by D&D moms? All my life. I'm a big D&D addict. I was playing the game since I was young. I don't know, D&D Satanic Panic, anyone? Like, I kind of, like, there wasn't, it was, okay, like, growing up in the 2000s, like, it was mostly gone. But I still saw remnants of it, especially because I lived in a very, and I mean a very, like, conservative, white, small town. Where exactly where you expect those type of suburban moms existed. Like, I'm not joking. My best friend in high school, I was into D&D, some of my friends were into D&D, and we figured he really liked to get into D&D. So when we tried to get him to play with us, his mom would literally call my mom and was like, hey, my son can't be playing that. Like, she wouldn't let him join our D&D sessions as soon as she found out. So yeah, I had to deal with it a bit in my past. But yeah, no, I mentioned one thing where, like, an event cares about swearing. I also, on the YouTube short, the comments also have this, where it's just like, play the most violent, gore-filled game but can't swear. It's just like, it's such a weird cultural value, but unironically, that's just kind of how it works in the West. Okay, culture difference. Let's get back into the run. Brief aside over. We're back on topic. But one thing about this hallway movement you'll see, it is, like I said, with a lot of the movement, very precise. Like, you can bonk, you can, like, mess up in a lot of places. Like, see that pinky just hitting him right there? Like, movement here is very tight and is very difficult to do optionally. Even Massive, see, like, in that situation, just didn't have the clean movement. Getting that consistent is, like, oodles of time save, though. I'm trying to think of who's a runner who does that section very well. I think Zai, back when he ran, had that hallway down to a T. For some reason, it just clicked with him. It made sense. He was able to adjust to the enemy AI on the spot. Was just able to freaking get through that hallway, no issue. But yeah, no. Even gods like Zai, even gods like AbsoluteMassive. Mute's another good runner that comes to mind who is really good at that. It's just a hard hallway. It's all about whether parents think they're going to have to explain something and be uncomfortable doing it. Oh, God. So true. Eat your meat hook above them all is solid. I like the energy shield bash strat, personally. But yeah, in case you're wondering why he's ignoring all the fodder here, it's because the fodder aren't required to... Well, how to put it? They are required to be dead by the end of the encounter. However, they'll infinitely respawn till the end of the encounter, so it's just not worth it to kill them because they'll just spawn anyways. That's just a waste of ammo, in other words. That being said, there is a strat, which I found, by the way, where you can short-circuit this fight, same way with the Exultia Slayer Gate, same way with the Super Gorna Slayer Gate, where if you kill every... You can... Oh, excuse me. You can kill every enemy here before the final wave of Raktatron spawn in and cause the arena to end early. Only issue with that is that there's so much RNG when it comes to fodder spawns in this arena that it's super inconsistent. When I mean super inconsistent, I mean the odds of getting that skip, like when you do everything perfectly, are like less than 1 in 20. Like 5% chance at best, maybe. So that's why you see no runners go for it. It's just because it's... You have to do a lot of work to grind it to just get like a 1 in 20 chance. It's ridiculously hard. Wait, I found Spiderless? Yeah, by complete accident one day. I was just trying to find out. I was testing routing for this encounter one day, and I just got that situation by happenstance. And I was like, what the fuck happened? And I immediately shared it. Yo, what's up, Leco? How's it going, dude? But yeah, I won't take any, like, how do I put it? It was a random chance that I found Spider Skip, so I won't be like, how do I say? Wait. Was that one? I guess, there was a Revenant running around, right? Huh? I guess I didn't realize, but apparently one of those Revenants is just never required, so he doesn't kill him. I kill them in my route. I mean, I guess it doesn't even lose time to kill them in your route, right? Because, like, a lot of this fight is just waiting for spawns. But Massive just cares about their ammo so much that it's a waste to kill them. Huh. Technically, you can wait a second or two killing off the Whiplash, getting over imps, but still imp behavior makes it early finish hard. Yeah, no, MMA Fro's exactly right. If you had to, like, you know, pause between that wave to get a bearing on where all the fodder is so that you can set it up, that loses more time than just killing the 2 Arachnotrons. So if you do, quote unquote, make a consistent thing, you'll still lose time. Did they kill Steve? I don't remember. I assume not, because killing Steve technically is unoptimal, but you should always do it because it's fun. Oh, he skipped over the Kako trigger here. I mean, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. It does take time to kill the Kako. However, I always like grabbing it because it's a free Arbitic. Or, quote-unquote, a free-ish Arbitic. So you can see the power of Destroyer Blade encounters like that, where 1 Destroyer Blade and then like a couple extra shots is all you need to beat it. And then we get to the final encounter, the parking lot. Oh, it doesn't kill the Arachnotron here. Or maybe he waits a little bit? Oh, one small thing. You may have seen all throughout Art Complex, we have to pick up the Elena Richardson VODs, which are not tracked in the end-of-level trigger, but they are tracked in the Codex. So if we don't pick these up, we'll basically get a bunch of question marks in our Codex, meaning that we won't have 100%. So these are the only non-tracked collectibles in, like, the levels that we have to get, and they're all in Art Complex. Oh, he saves his chain. No, fair. I used to save the chainsaw for the pinky personally, but I don't think it matters. Oh, so this is where he gets the final explosion tick right there. Really? I thought that... Oh, wait. No, he has to get the final explosion tick here because I remember the first backup spot he was unlucky and got no ticks. So he had to do this, which is, I think, the only second backup spot, which, good on him. And like that, the level is done. I think. Yeah. Could be. And how long did we spend on that? We spent about 30 minutes on that level. Sounds about right. You don't understand Spider Chainsaw when Whiplash Chainsaw below better? I don't even think the Whiplash Chainsaw is better. I think it's important that you get a chainsaw just for, you know, ammo routing. But typically, my thought process was always chainsaw the pinky because you're on your way out. I mean, the pinky isn't required, don't get me wrong, but basically, it's the opportunity where you can check where if the next wave is spawning or not, where if you know the bottom level will spawn. And that's kind of my logic, is that chainsaw gives you an opportunity for a quick breath to see if you're in the clear condition. If not, throw a few grenades at your feet, move on, and then you'll get it. If you are, okay, well, then you don't have to do that. At AbsoluteMassive Live. Dude, they're probably asleep. They raided me like 2 hours ago. Does this route include all masteries? Yes. Anything that the menu tracks you are required to do. However, you won't have to do all the masteries because they're mastery tokens. So you can automatically master. You basically spend mastery tokens to master all the masteries that are super slow and bad. Cough, cough, full auto, cough, cough, mobile turret, stuff like that. Mars Core is a beautiful level for several frickin' reasons, but it's got a bit of a slow start. Kind of like the introduction to Art Complex. It has a lot of small hallways. It's nothing that we haven't talked about before. Oh, he gets a beat hook tick there? See, there's small things like that where it's just like, there's a lot of room for runner creativity and runner preferences to be exemplified in this run. Like right there, I don't go for that Prowler meat hook tick for the sole purpose that if you ballista boost here, you can get straight to the stairs, get a cool ramp hop, and go directly up there. It saves like a half a second maybe overdoing that, but I guess Massive just values the meat shot tick a little bit more. So there's tons of like ways to go through where you can trade off like mastery ticks. Like, oh, this is another great example of trading speed for mastery ticks. Look at how many zombies are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 7 zombies there. It only takes 1 pellet to kill a zombie with a super shotgun. You can get up to 7 meat hook shot masteries here by just shooting these guys. And is that worth it to go through this hallway slightly slower? A lot of us would argue yes, just because it's so many mastery ticks for literally 1 shotgun shot. But yeah, no, he doesn't. I'm guessing just slightly off on the aim there. Only gets a couple of them. It's still fine. Still getting like 3s. Okay. And then quick kill on the Baron by just shooting the frick out of it. You know, everything we've talked about. Lock on, precision bolt, super shotgun, super strong. But yeah, we're just getting up the runes. Again, we already have the optimal runes here. Oh, he's doing the advanced routing, I think. But yeah, this encounter is super, and I mean super weird, because it depends on the amount of imp spawns you killed, but the imps at the beginning aren't tracked. However, you can confuse the imps at the beginning or imps that are tracked later, so most runners just opt to kill them, but Massive's just like, no, it's okay. I know what imps aren't those, and we'll just meat hook past them anyways. All for like the few seconds of time save, even if you have to deal with the confusion. I guess if you just play this encounter enough, you know by instinct what imps to shoot and which not. Oh, is he? He's setting up a double destroyer blade here, isn't he? Yeah, that's why he swapped to micro missiles. In case you're wondering a weird thing about destroyer blade, it does depend on what mod switch in the weapon wheel, what mod attachment you switch to. Like micro missiles to precision bolt will give you a double destroyer blade. But if you swap from precision bolt to micro missiles, you don't get it. You can't destroy it. However, if you swap micro missiles to precision, if you swap precision bolt to micro missiles mid arbalist animation, you double arbalist. So yeah, in case you're wondering, mod swap order is very important for allow for double ballista attack. It's weird and cool and kind of spaghetti. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, is that indicative of like broken mechanics intertwining how they shouldn't? Yes, but at the same time, it's awesome. Ah, he doesn't do the mutes. Mute does a double arbalist ballista boost, weird frickin' strat using that same double shot tech I was talking about. It is super hard, super... It is consistent technically, but just because it requires so much execution, you see a lot of runners like Massive here don't even opt to do it. Is double arbalist used? I don't think in this category, but it is used in the DLC speedruns. Doom Eternal, held together by duct tape and confetti? Yeah, toothpicks and bubblegum is what this game was programmed with. That being said, we love it. But yeah, no, that's just... you'll see here, because the level very much opens up after we do what some idiot says we shouldn't do and shoot a hole into the surface of Mars. Because there's a bunch of rocks in space that we're jumping between and all that, you'll see a lot of the strat here is literally just to skip rocks and find precise ballista boost, jumping, rounding, etc. To just, you know, cut out every platform in the middle and just go straight to the ends. This encounter, oh, I forgot to mention, because we just shot a hole into the surface of Mars, we have the BFG now. And the BFG, when you fire it, it'll basically just kill the whole room outside of the tankiest of enemies. So this encounter, which is almost entirely timer dependent, as in the only difference between wave 1, or excuse me, wave 2 and wave 3 spawning is just a timer that counts down. So what Massive is doing here is getting some mastery ticks, killing some enemies, getting some chainsaws to make sure ammo is filled for the next area. And then when the last wave begins to spawn, BFG jumps off the side of the arena because there's a hole into a secret area behind it. And when the arena dies, the invisible wall despawns. So, as the little cutscene being like, oh, here's the exit of the arena, get there, he uses this to cut speed straight to the secret encounter. And then, of course, the secret encounter just doesn't spawn in all the enemies right away, because why the fuck would it? So while the timer is counting down to spawn in all the enemies for the secret encounter, grabs a Praetor token, kills the Revenant, those enemies, blah, 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 and the Spectre at the end of the hallway. But yeah, what I'm saying is, with Doom Eternal, the little stuff does not stop. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. It always leads one thing into a small thing into another small thing, to where there's a million things going on over the course of like a level or whatnot. Part of what makes this so interesting is just how the little things add up over time. Oh, see, like right there, AbsoluteMassive missed the bunny hop frame. Basically just jumps, like, it's just slightly out of the lurch animation, so lost a little bit of speed. And it's just like, oh, back up dash boost against the wall. Gotta keep in mind all that crap. So now we're just moving on to the next floating rock section, grabbing some collectibles. Again, this is just all bunny hop, lurch hop movement, all stuff that we discussed before. Oh, look, hey, there's MMA Fro in AbsoluteMassive's chats. They're here too. Weird. Like, people who watch Doom speedruns also watch other Doom content. Same. Share the playlist? This is just the Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal OST that's playing right now. Just download those on iTunes, Spotify, or whatever the frick. But yeah, same thing with this secret encounter. This level loves timers for whatever reason, so it's a free chainsaw here as everything else spawns in. Like you see there, like, the whiplash just instantaneously spawns, no spawn in animation, it's just there. And see, like, that section there, you could speed up the movement by not getting those headshots. At the end of the day, we still have to master stuff, so some people take these as safety, you know, just to, ensure that they, they get 100% by the end. Okay, hold on. My activity. Weird. Okay, I fixed the tweet. Good. 100% world record then. I already have 100% world record in Doom 2016. See? Already accomplished. You're welcome. Oh, this is another thing of optimized movement between the rocks. Just like, it's so good. Is this another double destroyer blade? Okay, one thing you'll notice here. AbsoluteMassive has 80 ammo in the destroyer. In order to destroyer blade, you need 50 ammo. 50. He only has 80 here. So that implies that if he wants the double destroyer blade, he'd have to have 100 ammo. What? No, that's 2 fully charged destroyer blades. For some reason, the game, like, doesn't require you to have both ammo necessary for a double destroyer blade. It requires you to have, like, I think 75, which is, if you're wondering why, we think it has something to do with the mastery of the destroyer blade, because the lowest charge ammo is what, about, is it about, like, 68, 75, something around there? Basically, you need to have enough charge for a double destroyer blade for a fully charged blade, plus the minimum destroyer blade in the mastery. 66. Thank you, Quarth. So, as long as you have 66 ammo, double destroyer blade, 2 full charge, we're basically getting 2/3 of a charge for free, if we wanted to. So yeah, double destroyer blade plus a BFG, because Barons are one of the only enemies in the game that can consistently, like, survive from a BFG. So we have to do just a little bit of extra damage before them. That being said, some Barons will die to 1 BFG and all that stuff, and if you're wondering exactly why, but yeah, look at that. Arbalistic onto a Caco, and then meat hook off its corpse to the next collectible. Sexy. So we're grabbing the BFG into a ramp hop all the way to the next collectible. And then while we're moving off a jump pad, just because we can't really speed it up, just get an Arbitic while doing it. See, there's so much... When people say, like, well, when I say that this is one of the best speedruns of all time, it's because of downtime optimization. You can always do something to help you progress your goal to getting the 100% criteria and beating the game as fast as possible. If you can't beat the game faster, well, you can probably make progress to 100% at that time. And if you need to make progress to 100% at that time, you could probably also make it faster. There's, like, how do I put it? There's a lot of options to complete this run, which kind of makes it cool. Why did my play... Second. There we are. Apologies. So, one thing about here, this is gonna be the, a little bit weird. Every enemy in this hallway is not required. This is not a tracked encounter by the Demonic Corruption Reaper. Basically, this encounter is just here to kind of slow you down, so we ignore most of them. Now, Massive is grabbing this secret first because it prevents a soft lock, or quote-unquote, a door lock, more appropriately, that's preventing us from getting to another secret later. And going through that secret path just basically guarantees that the door is open. So this is a Slayer game. Marauder, this is called a fun zone. Now, normally we could Ice Bomb and all that grab, but it turns out if you stand at a perfect range from when a Marauder spawns, it will always do the counterable attack first. Like, literally always. So that's what Massive is doing here. Breaks the wall, gets in position, waits for the counterable attack, then just PB and then rocket launcher him in the face, and he's dead. And now we just have to wait a little bit for all the Hell Knights to spawn, BFG to kill them all. And look, there's going to be Barons that spawn in that are the last wave, but another double Destroyer Blade into a BFG, and they're dead. If you're wondering why Massive looks down here, it's to save frames. You can see at the top how he has like 210 FPS. The more frame rate you do, the more frame rate you have, the more damage the BFG does. However, time slow is kind of an exception. The time slow rule for yeet hooking doesn't apply to the BFG. They kind of hard-coded the fix into that game, to this game. So the best we can do to get the max damage out of BFG is just look down or try to lower that FPS, or higher that FPS as much as possible. Yo, what's up, Hippo? How's it going, dude? Okay, so then, yeah, Massive's just backtracking through this to get to the end of the level. Now, he still has one mastery tick left on the Mancubus challenge. Basically, break Mancubus arm cannons. And this is the last encounter coming up here, but luckily there's a Mancubus right at the beginning. So, quick BFG into a Baron kill, and then all these enemies will just spawn one at a time. It makes killing them very simple to get to the last wave. And Doom Hunter into BFG. It's over. BFG kind of just makes some encounters like that trivial as fuck. Oh, by the way, I want to point it out. Cut speed into Arbalest Tick, into Yeet Hook, into a ramp hop, into another Arbalest Tick, into the exit portal. In case you're wondering, you don't have to do that. That is actually unoptimal. Mute D6, I think, is a pioneer of working, I think it's called Pineapple Skip into the 100% route, where you can skip all those Kako mastery ticks and still have enough to, you know, finish the run. But it's just it's so hard. It requires a lot of execution that this is just the more consistent strategy. Plus, Mute did all that effort for working in Pineapple Skip, and skipping that cutscene of the door exiting and all that crap for like, I think that saves like 5, 6 seconds, 7, 8, something like that. Regardless, it's not that. It's not that much to where some runners just don't do it. You were distracted? Did you talk about getting ammo upgrade refills, BNG? Ah, good point, actually. Let me rewind a little. Let me go here. Hold on. I'll back up to the ammo crystal area. So the reason why we go back to grab this Sentinel crystal after the Slayer Gate is because we pick up this ammo upgrade. When you're out of BFG ammo, picking up an ammo crystal, this little upgrade right here, will refill your BFG ammo, as well as the rest of your ammo. That's why we don't get ammo upgrades early, even though that means we'd have to chainsaw less. It's just that getting free BFG shots later in the run saves more time than those ammo refills and ammo extensions later. Good point, Olive Branch. Thanks for bringing that up. Let's get back to Sentinel Prime. Boss battle. Boss fight. Woo. Now, this is the story level, so basically we just need to go through the story, get Conmaker monologue at us, blah, 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 pick up secrets, and then all 10 combat points are tracked by the end-level boss. Why is my music stopping? Give me 1 second. I'm having a small technical issue. Give me just half a second. There we are. Got the background music going. We're good. For some reason, the playlist just wouldn't repeat itself after. Pleasure to see you, sir. Would like to personally thank you for your awesome YouTube videos. Your last second misdirects are always chef kiss. Oh, you like how I just changed tone at the drop of a hat, Hippo? That's just my personality. I don't know. I have quick changing thoughts all the time. Oh, by the way, remember how you have to take an elevator up here? No. What you got to do is limit your FPS to 31, 33 FPS, scroll back 3 separate times, and then edge boost into a ballista boost. It's just that much more simpler than an elevator, dude. Why take the elevator when you can... Oh. Gladiator. What you'll see here is basically a very precise setup to 1 cycle. Now, fun fact, they patched out this 1 cycle on later patches. You know how they did that? Basically, the first time the Gladiator spawns in, the first time you meet him, he has an extended animation of him doing stuff, and his first glory kill state will always be way faster. And on this patch, his glory kill states are always the same length and are longer. Now, you could just reload checkpoint in order to do, you know, the 1 cycle on current patch. However, on Ultra Nightmare, you can't reload checkpoint because they disable that feature. So, you can't do this strat exactly. But, getting into it specifically, you'll see how every firing animation that Massive does here isn't exactly for more damage. It's actually to temporally space out when he should, like, BFG, when he should shoot at him, and when he should get damage. So, if we look here, so he quickly goes to the side, SSG, PB, SSG, that puts him perfectly, if he walks backward immediately after that point and fires the BFG, that will perfectly hit his counter window. Chainsaw cancels to cancel the BFG animation, SSG, PB, SSG, SSG, PB, and then... Oh, he fails the slob a little bit. Or, yeah, normally you're supposed to do a technique called a slob, which is basically a way to fire a rocket and then immediately start a lock-on after. But you can see here how he only goes 1 rocket, doesn't immediately lock on. Slightly fucked it up. It's okay. He still gets a lock-on in, still does a lot of damage, is able to back up by yeet hooking off a gargoyle, and then just shoot the fuck out of him from the top. Because, believe it or not, he will not change, like, a Marauder shield. He won't, like, aim it vertically up and down to block your shots. He can only do it, like, vertically. And that's just an easy way to get free damage on that. Feel free to use it at home. That still happens on current patch. You can just hook off a demon and then shoot at the Gladiator from above if you want to. And then this phase... Now, this phase is a little bit more precise than you could give it credit for. So, the Gladiator, he will do certain attacks when you're a certain distance away. Kind of like the Marauder-esque. So, Massive will dash in, bait an attack to where he can shoot him during. He will put up a shield animation, but while he's doing the shield, he charges a Destroyer Blade while getting close to him, constantly taking damage over time from the, you know, the Mace Shield thing. And that's only to bait him out of that shield state sooner, so that he can double Destroyer Blade him and then lock him on to death. Now, when the Gladiator reaches certain HP thresholds, he will spawn in waves of demons to help him fight. So, after that double Destroyer Blade, he will constantly just lock on the Gladiator, constantly getting him into that state to where he can spawn in demons, because when he spawns in demons, you can still shoot the fuck out of him. And so, boop, 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 and look at him. He's low HP and still has to spawn in demons, and he's in Glory Kill, and he only did like one Mace Shield cycle for that whole fight. That's basically as perfect as you can get. Although you will see that strategy rides the line fucking close. 12 HP. Look at that. 12 HP. So, is that strat dangerous? Yes. Is it fast? Also yes. I just want to point out one message. No way. I came back 3 hours later and you were only on the Gladiator fight. Oh, wait. People say no way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you guys, are you used to the type of reactors who, when they watch a video, they just let it play and then talk over it? Is that like... Not every reactor is XQC, okay? And we're dealing with a run with as dense as speed tech, with as dense as complicated things, with so much under the hood happening as the game is going on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pause and explain a bit. That's just saying how complicated the run is. Like what? We're 3 hours into this analysis, including breaks. And I'm only, what, an hour of the way? Hour and 8 minutes? Yeah, no, that's just indicative of how much crap is going on in this run. It's complicated, man. So yeah, what I am saying is if you expect me to just watch this and go, yeah, oh, that was interesting. Oh, look at how cool that was. Stop it. I'm here to pause. You're here for me, not the run. You're not XQC. We can understand you. Based chat message. Based chat message. You don't like the teacher rant right now? You know what, Dimitri? I was a teacher for like 6 years of my life. I taught physics at a university as a teacher's assistant. I am teacher right now. That's kind of my whole shtick, is trying to educate people on completely weird game mechanics that nobody knows about. So if you aren't down for that, you can fucking leave. There's the door. Yo, Jaxamax, thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Appreciate it, but also, like, you should not be subbing to me right now. Don't. I'm not consistently streaming, dude. I only stream about once a month, so you will not get any of the rewards you want off of that, but I still appreciate it. No commentary skip. Yeah, we don't do commentary skips. We are not skipping the cutscenes here. So this is the, you know, this fight, nothing too interesting. It's just fodder. Just PB Rocket, PB Stickies, PB something, and, like, ill dead. First time chatting, little nervous? Wow. Don't be so nervous. All you gotta do is not say something stupid and I won't make fun of you. Unfortunately, you'd be surprised how many people fail that. So, hey. Oh, what's up, Inu Master has a question. As a professional, what's the best way to take out a possessed marauder? BFG it before it spawns. Easily. You watch Tag 1 speedrun, we do that. We BFG before it spawns, and it deals damage as it spawns in. So we're on to Taurus. A lot of people hate Taurus. I think for invalid reasons. Or excuse me. I think people hate Taurus because they don't have a good enough PC and can't get consistent Archvile kills. No. The real reason people hate Taurus is because this introduces the Archvile, which is another degree of randomness for this level. The Archvile has random spawn locations, typically, and it is so positioning / PC / frame rate dependent on getting quick kills on Archviles that some people just really don't like the inconsistency. Me, I was just blessed to have a PC that ran consistent enough at these sections to where the Archviles would just consistently die for me. So I didn't really get the hate. But if you have issues with that, I imagine you probably not like this level all that much. Like a lot of top runners. He doesn't do the sexy Drake foes moment. Drake will eventually, how do I put it? We'll eventually get to the part where it's optimized. But in case you're wondering what I'm referring to in this movement, is after this movement section, a slightly faster method is literally, instead of going straight for that collectible, what you do is you kind of wrap around to this encounter first, do the first wave, go and grab the collectibles as the second wave spawns, or excuse me, as the first wave is spawning in. It's just slightly faster by, like, I'm not joking, like literally 1 to 2 seconds. But it's oodles harder. I guess I feel like that's a little bit of a consistent theme of me going through this run and just letting you know, in some of the areas where it can be faster, it's just so harder that, yeah, not even world record holder goes for it yet. Yet. In the future, if people continue to run this game, which they probably will because Eternal's a 6 speedrun, we'll probably see stuff like that. Yeah, micro missile tick. We're working on that mastery now. As obvious, just get it to when you're waiting in an encounter. Oh, gets a free glory kill. That, I guess, for some blood punch charge. Yeah, I mean, I might as well. Instant marauder kill into Kako. Yeah, the weapon, in case you're wondering, people, the weapon that is, like, that loses the most amount of time mastering is the Arbalest. Because Arbalest is actually slow, all things considered, like, if you include, like, Arbalest charge-up time and whatnot. Because why would we charge up the Arbalest when we could just, like, rocket SSG insta-kill a Kako? So, if there is a change that we would make in the route, unironically, a runner has theorized that it's faster to actually master sticky bombs instead of Arbalest. It's just, no runner uses that route, technically. Shoutouts to an OG runner, Chocolate Vanille, who was the pioneer of that, and nobody still runs his route because it's just too different to how we were doing it, I think. But hey, just know it could be faster. We just need more testing it. Oh, dude. Okay, sorry. So, goes into a monkey bar to get on top of this slope, dash boost into 180 ballista boost, straight to the frickin' Praetor token. Again, small things like that, where it's just like, you kind of just miss it if you blink. But there was like 5 actions there that all led to that speed going properly. What made me stop teaching physics? I taught physics at university. So like half my undergrad and all of my graduate degree. I would, during my studies, in order to pay for my studies, the university had a program where you could be a teacher's assistant to basically get some money that, you know, you can pay your poor grad school to make up for your poor grad school wages. And I just did that every semester. So basically I'd just lead discussion sections like 2 to 3 times a week. Actually more like, depending on the semester, it's more like 2 to 4 times a week, depending on the semester. So yeah, no, that, in case you're wondering why I have a lot of educational content, is usually like a rollover effect from all my physics education and wanting to educate people and stuff. I just now do it with video game stuff. And yeah, since I'm no longer in grad school and YouTube's kind of my full-time job, I just kind of stopped it. But hey, people can still get tutored on physics. I do have like a Twitch point reward redemption to break out a random physics lesson, if you're curious. One small thing you'll see. This was discovered back in the days of Zero Master and Draku by I don't know who, but this where you can basically just double up this Archvile encounter and the Secret encounter, and because we have a BFG that kills most everything in an encounter, we just double them up and then BFG. And if all is done accordingly... Oh, Archvile? No, there's one Prower that lives. It was just outside range of the BFG tendrils. That sometimes happens. Okay, one small thing. Nobody will remember this, but I remember this vividly because I lived through it. The mindset of Ultra Nightmare speedrunners back in the day when Doom Eternal came out was dog shit. Allow me to explain. So, I remember Draku and Zero Master. They were unequivocally the 100% UN world record holders. They were the best at this game early on, like in the first 1 to 2 months. I remember distinctly in one run Draku was doing that he was at this encounter and he's like, oh, man, should I go for that secret counter Kako double up strat? Nah, man, it's too risky. The mindset of the runners at the time wasn't, let's practice the strat so I can do it at runs. It was, I'm in a run. Oh, wait, there's a strat I could do. Should I do it? Should I attempt it for the first time live during a world record pace run? Practice was just under fucking value. UN runners were like, practice? What is that? I'm just gonna wing attempts on the first try in a run. Like, we have evolved so much in this community, I'll just say. But yeah, no, this is just all collectible gathering at this point. Nothing we haven't touched on before. Oh, he goes outside. That's a little bit wonky of a route. I guess, I don't know if that's faster or not. I guess it's about the same. How do eigenvalues and eigenvectors affect slope boosting in Doom Eternal? Don't get me started on the eigen stuff because it's probably not relevant here, honestly. Very important thing, people may be like, oh, why is he mastering Dual Lock there? Dual Lock, it does allow you to lock onto other demons while locking onto one demon, which we never use. That's just honestly, the purpose of Lock on Burst is high single target burst damage. So now this high single target burst damage can now be spread between 2 people? Between 2 enemies? Wait, we could do burst damage twice on 2 different enemies? No, we're using this for the sole purpose of damaging 1 enemy. But getting Dual Lock Mastery means that the volleys between bursts, or excuse me, the time delay between rocket launcher bursts is shorter when we do techniques like slobbing or just regular lock-ons. That's why we pick it up here. But yeah, getting the secret based on the on the way to there, that's nothing. It's just collectible picking. I mean, I'm going to be real, people. I don't think there will be much to talk about in terms of basics and fundamentals going on from here because that's what the first, like, 3 hours of the stream were. We're talking about fundamentals and basics, and then all these levels, all they do is kind of build off them. So I'll break out, I'll try to touch on all the things that I think are stylistic, that are cool, that are all that shiz. But, come on. You know what lurch chopping is. You know what cut speed is. You know what dash boosts are. We're just kind of coasting at this point now with all this knowledge. But yeah, this BFG strat right there, super precise. Because we're trying to time the explosion right as this guy spawns, which will knock him out of the sled. Boom, like that. So everything from positioning to where he was looking for that BFG, super important to get that as quick as possible. That we can just instantly lock on burst and kill. Oh, you see that elevator? It takes time going down. So trigger the elevator, kill 2 enemies to farm ticks, and then jump down it when it's about to get to the ends. That's just time efficiency, baby. Oh, in case you don't know, there's normally a target here you have to shoot to open this gate after this whole water puzzle. But if you shoot a hit scan weapon through a water surface, or an enemy, actually, it counts too, the bolt will just go on for forever. It's basically some collision detection system to make sure that precision bolt pierces, is that if it hits an enemy, it makes sure it extends infinitely beyond that so that it can get everything behind it. Like, that's an individual check. And it also applies to water surfaces. The more you know, huh? And then you might be asking, well, why does it also apply to water surfaces? You'd have to ask an id developer that. That's a bit beyond my scope. But you saw there another instance of double destroyer blade, because that Baron, the only thing that really needs to be killed after that point. And as soon as we see the Archvile spawn, BFG where it spawns, just so that we can get the insta-kill and take down the arena once. A BFG to finish encounters is actually, like, huge part of the route. Because normally you'd have to clear up fodder and shoot a bunch of things to end an encounter. But you don't have to shoot all of them and end the encounter if they all just instantly die from a BFG. So if we can get to the end of the encounter and then BFG, it's oodles of time save because there's no cleanup. Can you do the water trick in current patch? Yeah, no, the water trick is doable. They actually tried fixing the water trick patch. Some developer didn't like it. They patched it out. But then that also caused other bugs with the precision bolt, with the ballista, and all that stuff. It ended up being so much more buggy that they just reverted it and returned it to its original state. Speedrunners had a field day when they tried patching that out. Everyone unequivocally hated it. There was not one person... How do I put it? The little Telltale Games thing appeared at the top left of id developer's screen saying the speedrun audience did not like that. And they reverted it. Basically, yeah, it wasn't even speedrunners. It also affected, like, all the challenge runners and other content creators of the time. So you can totally see why they did. Because the community had an uproar about it. Ah, you failed the ramp hop. There's a precise ramp hop you can do here to get just there. But hey, dashing afterwards, not too much slower. Saves 3 chainsaw for that Cybermag. He does this. This is an old strat. This is a very old strat. Does he get the insta-kill on this thing? If he did this properly, everywhere from where he was standing to where he fired the BFG is all to guarantee damage on this Marauder as he spawns. Yep, and perfect. Oh, does he get the... Yes, good movement. What the fuck is that name? Alright, well, congratulations. Enjoy the ban. Sorry, there's somebody who, I deeply apologize to people in chat, because there was somebody with an offensive name, and I didn't realize that for like 5 minutes. That's on me. To be fair, I don't read usernames. I just kind of read colors and links of colors, and that's how I read chat. How hard is it not be cringe? A lot. In case you're wondering why I'm not talking about too much what's going on, it's just because this section is literally just movement and traversal. Nothing we haven't covered before. Yep, another edge boost using 31 FPS, 3 scroll ticks back, blah, 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 blah. It's so heckin' weird, dude. I don't know. I kind of like how 30... At the end of the day, there's a way to consistently do edge boosts that we found by limiting FPS and scrolling ticks. But at the same time, like, if all these tricks require frame rate manipulation, require us to use these outside programs to do that, at that point, aren't we kind of just playing the physics engine, not the game? I don't know. It feels like we're breaching closer to that territory. That's why I'm not a fan of this, is because it's just like a... I feel like what you should do for a speedrunner is just boot the game, have it all in one go, and have, you know, as little as outside stuff as possible. Of course, you know, asterisks on that point. that we should always have a... Hold on 1 second. Position your mic a second. That if we can use an outside program or utility or something to make the game more fair for the running audience, I'm all for it. But it's just when that motto gets in the way of like skill and progression, because you can set up edge boosts from a precise tap, from using your knowledge and all that stuff. Like, that stuff is cool because it all depends on like your muscle memory and whatnot. But now you just take that skill away from that. You gain consistency, but you lose kind of skill expression, you know? I guess that's in the summary of why I don't value that. Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now, people. If you are coming in here to talk about Doom the Dark Ages, this is not a Doom the Dark Ages stream. How can I comment on a game that isn't even released yet, people? Think about it. This is a Doom Eternal focused stream. Do you randomly go into someone's Skyrim first playthrough and just be like, what do you think of Doom the Dark Ages? Like, come on, man. Try to keep it on topic a little bit. Okay, I just want to say, this encounter, so, hold on, I have to back up a little bit because I was doing the whole Dark Ages comment. First off, this trick, people say this is hard, you just gotta learn the timing, that's consistent. This is another one of those precise setups to hit a target behind a wall, so that we can just skip a water traversal section and another arena. And then, this encounter, these two enemies, instantly kill the Dread Knight. And the reason we chainsaw the Cybermech is not because it's faster, because Dread Knight and the Cybermech take about the same amount to kill in Ice Bomb. But if you chainsaw a Cybermech from the front, it actually explodes the Cybermech, dealing damage to nearby fodder, possibly killing them. And then it's just like a Prowler. And look. Instantly done. Okay. Oh, by the way, double Arbalest. Double Arbalest is in this route. Frick, I forgot. Somebody was asking that earlier. I said no, it wasn't in the route when I ran it. But it's in the route now. 2 Arbalests, provided that they don't headshot, are a glory kill state on a Pain Elemental, which is just the quickest way to set up into glory kill. Sheesh, that skipped my mind. Wow. Guys, people are like, oh, did you say Skyrim? That's a different genre. Did my point depend on the genre of game, or did it depend on solely that it was different? If you want to go to a Dark Ages channel and talk about Dark Ages, you should probably go to some place that has a Dark Ages in the title, or Dark Ages hype, or something like that. My point is, if you want a conversation about something, you go to a place where the purpose is to have a conversation about it. The purpose of this place is to have a conversation about Doom Eternal speedrunning and how sick as fuck it is. But no, different genre. Oh, by the way, Crucible. Yeah, you know the Crucible. You're watching a Doom Eternal speedrun stream. You know what the Crucible... We just use it to kill the most annoying demon on the field. That's basically what it is. There's some tech later, but we'll get into that. What's considered a headshot on the Pain Elemental? Ah, good point. Here, I'll wait till we get to the next Pain Elemental and I'll point it out. Thank you. Good catch there on my nomenclature. On my flexicon. I always find it funny that section is faster with mostly regular weapons than it is with a sword. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Sunshine. Let me rewind a little bit. I know I'm rewinding a lot, but there's a lot to touch on and a lot to talk about. You guys are doing a good job of keeping me on the explanation train. These Crucibles, you may notice that all the ammo of the Crucible is just spread around the arena, and it takes time to move places. The time it takes to move and pick up Crucible charges is just... It's too long in comparison to just sending a lock-on burst at an enemy. That's basically how it goes. So yeah, we only use it when something's like basically directly in our path. So the Pain Elemental. A headshot on the Pain Elemental. You see the eye that we stab it in? This eye is its headshot hitbox. You do critical damage whenever you hit the eye specifically. That's the quote-unquote headshot. Alright, let's go back to the Slayer Gate. What's your opinion on the designated hitter rule being brought to the national? Thank you, Juggling Geek. That is a great parody question to illustrate my point. Encapsulated to a frickin' baseball metaphor. Thank you. Or excuse me, simile. I think it's a simile. Oh, that was very close to headshotting that Pain Elemental, by the way. Very close. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, him, like, aiming directly at the face of the Pain Elemental makes me a little scared, because it's just like, oh, dude, if you accidentally shoot the eye, like, you just don't get that glory kill challenge. That's a 99% run. Your run's no longer leaderboard official. Get the frick out of here, dude. Same with the Kako? Yeah, Branch. Yeah, Kako's headshot hitbox is also the eye. Oh, I should also mention that this is, like, one of the hardest, like, Slayer Gates in the run. But because you pick up the BFG and we do this slightly out of order, you know, with grabbing the Crucible and everything, we can just insta-kill. Like, look, bunch of Whiplashes, instantly dead. There's going to be a Cyber Demon that spawns, instantly dead because of Crucible. Then it's just 2 max. Yeah, it's just that simple. And after all that, it's just picking up 1 collectible, that last mastery token, and getting out. Why does nobody do my Crucible routing here? I'm sorry, but, like, nobody does, like, if you move, like, the same way throughout the previous arena, you can always have, like, the 3 closest Crucible ticks just ready for pickup, which is there, and there. And you can just do a quick loop, but instead it's a bigger loop. Come on! Big circle equals more time loss. Do small circle. You did the fast travel and got the key during the Y screen? Really? Huh. Oh, yeah. No, dude. Yeah, that's super hard. Yeah, of course, you bring up a good point. Let me back up. Wait. Grab the key? You didn't grab the key during the white screen, right? Or, excuse me, are you talking about... I assume you're talking about the Slayer Gate, right? Oh no, my Twitch stream manager broke. Is stream up? Nope. That's just that was a browser crash or something. Was not actually a Twitch connection issue. Okay, but I assume the Imperial key... No, the key isn't grabbed during the white screen, but he gets to basically the door during the white screen. Or very close to the door, which is impressive, because you pick up the key... oodles before, like right before the, right before that big interior encounter with the Baron and the Archvile in the suit. That's when you get the key. You don't grab it during the white screen. The one after the gate? There's a key after the gate? What the frick do you mean, dude? Period and key? Oh, yeah, no. Okay, excuse me. I was misinterpreting what you were saying. It now makes sense with context. So he's basically quickly, Borness breaks. He actually grabs the key right there. It's still there. And then he fast travels before even the pop-up shows up. So he did grab it before, but that was just super quick reaction timing. So I still think you're wrong, Quarth, buddy, but just slightly. So close, so close. You were so close to being correct. You were 2 frames difference. And then it's just battery insertion cutscenes, people. Again, there is a bounty for finding a way to skip these battery insertion cutscenes to grab the collectible behind it. If you can figure that out through some wild trick kerfuffery, you'll get some money. So if anyone wants to crack their head at it, try it. Yeah, what's up, Kyle? I'm not skipping these people. This is riveting content. Riveting content. Are you telling me you aren't on the edge of your seat right now watching all these batteries gone? Oh, dude, it's so good. There's so much magical speed tech going on here that I really need to break it down, soak it in, and just experience. Analyze the battery movement. Well, you see, first he inserts it, and then he twists. It's optimal. If you're a fan of Doom, you're a fan of the battery animation. How high is the bounty? I believe it's like, it's $100 if you're able to find any way to skip the battery animation. I believe if you can find a skip that is restricted viable, aka NMG viable, as in it doesn't require any out of bounds, any clipping, etc., it moves up to $200. I think it's around that. If it isn't, and I'm just making this up, and people haven't promised money, I'll just put my own money on it. But yeah, you can at least guarantee that from me. So yeah, if people want to, work on it. But yeah, no, one small thing, there's actually an optimization to the battery animations that Massive isn't doing. You see how this there has to be a good view. Unironically, we're going to talk about battery animation differences and optimizations here. Let me see if I can get a good frame to where I can explain the method to my madness. So after this, I want you to pay attention to the button, to the layout. So, battery insertion area, battery insertion port, battery insertion port. What you're supposed to do is, after you battery insert this one, you instantly battery insert this one. This is because the door takes a little bit of time to open, so you can spend that time doing the battery animation for a little bit of overlap. You know how much time save that saves if done optimally? Like 0.2 of a second. About 0.2 of a second. And you can only do that twice. So AbsoluteMassive is losing 0.4 of a second to these battery animations. Might as well have reset, am I right? But yeah, no, see, it's like such a minor optimization that people just don't even do it, because, like, why? It's so low. Free world record, yeah, I know. Somebody run it right now. Yeah, super minimal time save. Oh, by the way, Unmaker time. Fun fact, grabbing the Unmaker does refresh your BFG ammo, so we make sure we're 0 coming into. After 5 years, nobody's found a way to skip the battery animations. That's not something to say that the battery animations are... Dude, it's just... Dude, this game is like... It's built together by hopes and dreams. It's honestly, it only works by the miracles of people's thoughts and prayers. But why the fuck is the battery animation unskippable? Why is that the one well-programmed area of the game? We got death planes clipping through floors. We got death planes clipping through walls. We have just straight up no invisible wall blocking progress to the end of the level at points. But the battery animations, god damn it, they just have to be watched. They're too integral to the story, man. You can skip all cinematics like all of them, except the battery animations. Except the battery animations. Alright, Necroval. So, this section, these last 4 levels, are arguably some of the best in the game. Mainly just because the pacing is breakneck. Like, we have every single weapon, every single tool, and most upgrades that we need that are optimal for the end of the run. So we can basically just skip almost everything and just focus on just combat movement, combat movement, combat movement, you know? Yeah, exactly. Secret pickups can be skipped. But that's just because of animation override. We don't know exactly how to animation override in on the batteries. If we can figure out the way to animation override, that'd be great. All right. On to Necravioli. Oh, he does a slightly different route for that. He grabs a meat hook. I do a ramp hop there. I guess that's just preference. I really like the ramp hop. I guess the meat hook's just easier. Oh, wait, wait, was that a ramp hop? A ramp hop off the little plane there? Yeah, no, that was. I didn't even realize you could ramp hop off that. Damn, that's sick. Quad damage. Just easy tick. This is just routing that we've all seen in the previous routes before. It's just quad damage is strong. Wait. You know what? You won't notice it. But I appreciate this. Because, like, projectiles take time to get their targets. So it would take a rocket, it would take a grenade, it would take a bunch of stuff very long to hit him. So what he just does is 2 hit scan precision bolts into a ballista. So there's no travel time for the insta-kill. Literally optimizing bullet travel time. That's what that was. It's the small things like that, man. Quake speedruns will always be more impressive. My chat will be more impressive without you in it. Get fucked. Yeah, he didn't even get the glitch in the elevator. What? Why aren't you doing the elevator glitch? This elevator more times bugs out than doesn't. So he's... Why aren't you looking for... Oh, massive, what? But yeah, no, it's kind of going on to what we said earlier. It's just like a... This is a chat... This is a stream focused around Doom Eternal explanation, breaking down, and all that crap. Why the frick is this subway being like, yeah, but Quake's a better speedrun, though? Okay, dude. Didn't realize you were from the department of Who Asked. Under investigation for Nobody Cares. So this is Kalibos. There's nothing too new about here other than the double Arba, but you'll see here a good use of Crucible canceling, hopefully. No, he doesn't go for Crucible canceling. I guess it's just because he got bad RNG. The amount of the eyes that open in terms in what order is just random. So there's 4 possible eyes. I think that means there's like 8 different combinations, quick maths. Something like that. So ideally, you want the 2 outer ones and then the 2 inner ones. But he got, you know, just unoptimal order, so Arbalist, Rocket. But yeah, no, he does another edge boost there. 31 FPS, 3 scroll ticks, backdash boost. Ah! All split seconds. So right here, the only thing you really have to slow down to get level challenges in this run is the Crusher traps, which, honestly, I would have stayed there and got a couple more Crusher ticks in that one scenario. But Massive's just has it so optimized that it's just like, yeah, you know what, I'll take the risk if, take a little bit of consistency out of whack to, in the hopes of getting a better time here, because optimally you get all the, well, most, 50% of the Crusher ticks here. Oh, Energy Shield Vacation! Mute would be so proud. I don't do the strat. But I think Mute was the pioneer of this. Basically, Energy Shield Vacation, if you hold down the alt fire as you punch with the Energy Shield out, the game gets confused and thinks you're still holding down the alt fire, even if you swap weapons from that punch animation to something else. So it's like, oh, it's still keeping the Energy Shield stayed up as we swap to the BFG and fire it in a safe location, making sure we don't get shot the entire time. Energy Shield Vacation isn't used, like, often, mainly just because if you use the Energy Shield Vacation, it breaks. Your hitbox is still the size of the Energy Shield, but without the Energy Shield's HP pool protection. So it ends up with you just getting hit a lot more, and it can extend a little bit after until, like, your hitbox resets. I forget exactly what the conditions are, but the point is, it actually increases your danger afterwards. But luckily, we're BFGing, so that means that every enemy is dead that can't shoot us, so that means we don't have the negative ramifications of our hitbox being the size of a truck. And then Archvile dead because Archviles are annoying. Why aren't you killing... I guess... Oh, is the Cybermank like a consistent Crusher spawn? Yeah, it makes sense. Because Mancubi, they have a very common attack animation, which is just the waddle forward, you know, doing the tango while firing and blasting. I guess he just baits that out of him, and it just makes it consistent over... Yeah, you know what? I kind of like that. That's a neat little optimization. That's cute in a way I didn't expect, you know? Okay, that timing to get in, grab the secrets, and leave with the Crusher, like, without blocking you, is actually very tight. Massive's very good at that. And then you just keep the Energy Shield out so the Crushers just don't deal damage to you. Oh, by the way, if you don't know, Energy Shield, it's unequivocally the best mod attachment in the game for defense. Because the shield, even though in battle mode it only protects the front of you, in the campaign, it protects you from every damage source in a 360-degree angle. You're perfectly safe, with the exception of some floor attacks. Cybermank Goo, Archvile Fire will eat through your Energy Shield and deal damage to you, because that's just how those attacks are programmed. And then this is just movement. You can see how he's just conserving momentum to go through that gate as quick as possible when it, you know, goes up. Oh! Why doesn't... He kills the Whiplash immediately. Huh, I guess he's just quick enough to where he can make the same cycle on the way back up. Okay. I've always just guaranteed that I make that cycle, kill the Marauder, and then go back for the Whiplash afterwards because you can kill it on the way. But, might be like a second or two quicker. I have to get out the timer to test that. Oh, he doesn't get micro missiles ticks here. Interesting. Okay, I always use that as a free MM tick. Oh, but one small thing you may notice. Meat Hook Mastery 48 out of 50. Massive is riding the line of mastery for Meat Hook very, and I mean very close. Because of a strat we have for a level challenge in the next level, Necrovol Part 2, we need this mastered. Like, otherwise, you just lose a lot of time. So, 2 ticks going into the final encounter before Necrovol Part 2, where he is required to have it mastered for a strat. It is... These margins are short. So, this is just precise routing, all it is. The only thing that's really impressive here that I want to point out is that BFG aimed at a precise location so that its blast damage knocks both the Doom Hunters out of its sled. Oh, but he got a little unlucky. I guess he just moved in a slight way to where he didn't have exact line of sight, so the explosion missed him. Unfortunate. But as we said, like when one thing goes wrong, you have to learn how to play off it. This game is you have to be a master of that. Messed up the dash boost a little bit, but still able to get the mantle move on, and then Necrovol Part 2. Can you do Shield Vacation on current patch? I think they patched it out in a very late patch. I forget exactly when. All right, so he has the Meat Hook Mastery. If you're wondering why he needed the Meat Hook Mastery, it's because it lights demons on fire. And this level starts you off with full health and armor. So now we have to kill multiple enemies with Blood Punch. At this point, we have unlocked an upgrade for our runes called Armor for Blood, which means if you get armor when you have max armor, it'll instead contribute to filling your Blood Punch gauge. And I'm just going to quickly move myself up here so you can see the blood fuel meter. Hold on, can I play this at like 0.5 speed? Yeah, because I'm going to need it. So, instantly off, Flame Belch, Blood Punch. That's 1 tick for the Blood Fuel challenge. Actually have to go a little bit slow, because if we hit this cutscene, we won't absorb the armor. So now, the armor we get from lighting the demons on fire refills our Blood Punch gauge. Go into this area. Get a couple shots on the Mecha Zombie, just for the purposes of lowering it, so it will die to a Blood Punch. Get another armor reset, filling the... Get more armor pieces to fuel the... Dude, I don't know what it is. I've been live for too long, man. I'm speaking in mumbles. That's my language of choice. Yeah. Armor stacks to refresh blood fuel gauge. Ice Bomb plus armor to refuel blood fuel gauge, because we also have health for blood, which also refills blood fuel gauge if we have max health and pick up health. Then we go here again. Another tick on that. And we have 4 out of 5, which is basically perfect. Because there's an absolutely Blood Punch tick for that level challenge in the next arena. So 4 out of 5 is, how do I put it, is indistinguishable from perfect. And then, of course, because, you know, doubling up encounters is just free with the BFG. Secret encounter plus regular encounter, BFG killing, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone. What's my favorite Ben & Jerry's flavor? I don't know. I don't like ice cream that much. I'm a basic bitch. I like plain vanilla. I think vanilla is the best flavor. Fight me. Now, if you allow sherbet into the realm of ice cream, which it's technically not milk-based. It's technically like something else I forget. I'm a big fan of sherbet. I would have rainbow sherbet over vanilla ice cream all the time. Ooh, that Destroyer Blade's nice. Did he try to he failed it, but I can see what he was going for. So he was trying to time it to where he would double D-Blade to kill the Prowler, as well as the Revenant and the Carcass. But he just got the input slightly off. The firing animation ended just like a frame before he tried, and had to default to just shotgunning the Prowler. Oh, he also missed the Carcass, but that was very close to being, like, how do I put it? Like, he messed that strat. 2 seconds lost, who cares? Can I tickle Retro's neck? No. So this is the free Blood Punch tick right there. That fodder and that imp is perfectly consistent. They always do that AI pattern every time when the... And now that we have the haste power up, haste also gives you, Overdrive, its legal name. Overdrive gives you unlimited ammo while you're firing it for every weapon except the BFG. And we picked up the Unmaker, which uses BFG ammo, but isn't the BFG. So yeah, we use that for infinite ammo, and you can annihilate everything this encounter, and you can just like spray and pray and basically kill everything. The great part about power-ups as well is kills will slightly refresh your power-up meter, meaning that if we just kill everything quick enough, we could keep the infinite ammo going. That tech is now patched? Yes, that has been patched. id Software found that unfun for whatever reason. Makes these... Yeah, people be like, I wonder why they patched it when... if you're doing optimal speedrunning, optimal challenge runs, all that stuff, only time you use Unmaker is because Overdrive gives it infinite ammo. Every other case is unoptimal. Every. That was its one niche use in which it was undeniably better than the BFG. And they took it away. Because the Unmaker, sure, it's a power weapon, it's all that stuff, but is it the same effectiveness as a free room clear? Like, literally, any wave of an encounter that you hate or struggling with or whatever, you press one button and it's instantly deleted. You can't beat that. Like, that is just too strong. Like, if you have something that powerful... to Does BFG still crash the game occasionally? Yes. However, they have patched out a lot of major BFG crashes, but it still occasionally happens. Oh, out of bounds. Invalid run. Dude, this is risky. This is super risky. We need to get an Archvile Glory Kill from the left side here. It's a level challenge, and he's right now close to the wall. If the Archvile was just slightly too angled to where its left side was being covered by the wall, this Glory Kill would be impossible. It would be major time loss. He had to Alt F4, reset the state of the run, and then try it again, which loses at minimum 20. Very good that the angle was just right there. Oh, wasn't there a cool punch boost strat that Mute discovered there? Oh, I do love this movement, though. That strat was found near the end of my running time, where you just can get that dash boost straight up, skipping the elevator. It's cool. Unmaker should have pierced and then bounced. Yeah, that would be a good way to kind of, how do I put it, intuitively make it around the same power as the BFG in, like, these scenarios. Because, like, imagine if, like, it bounces twice off surfaces or something, and you're in a closed hallway with a bunch of demons. Firing the Unmaker and having it bounce back and forth a couple times for multiple hits, like, dude, that's actually... Yeah, because a BFG would just be overkill at that point. Unmaker would do a good job of clearing up with less BFG ammo. I think that'd be an interesting rework. I'd be interested to see a version of the game where somebody made that. A modder, get on it. I want to see how it works. Y'all, I'm fine with answering questions and whatnot, but the stream's purpose is dedicated to Doom Eternal breakdowns and whatnot. If you want to ask me what my favorite ice cream is, all I'm saying is, I don't know, just ask in the Discord. Gosh. Alrighty, so we're going into the Necrovault Elevate. This is all just precise movement. Does he get the... Oh, he doesn't get the good... There's like... Okay. This is a strat that Mute likes going for. It's completely... how do I put it? It's hard, but it's also awesome when you get it. Wait, no, I'm thinking of any percent. Fuck, man. Oof. Ah. Sorry, people. I've ran so many categories in this game. I've seen so many speedruns that sometimes it just blends together, and I think they're going for another strat, but it's like, no, oop, that's that category. My brain is stoopy. Yeah, what's up, Archer the? Thanks for the raid. Hope the stream was well. We're just analyzing the world record speedrun, breaking it down with chat and whatnot, shooting the shit, having a good time. Hope all's been well. So one important thing at this, does he go for the strat or not? I actually didn't notice. So up here, very important thing, he mantles the ledge, does not go any further, does not take one more step further. Instead, shoots out the eye, hits a death plane. You know why that happens. Here, let's see if I can, somebody said that there was a... Oh, somebody told me that was frame limiting by hitting the arrow key. They fucking lied to me. But what I meant was if you see like this little ring right here, like right outside the step where you'd mantle, like circularly around this area, that's a cutscene trigger. To basically point to the eyeballs, be like, hey, idiot, you need to shoot the eyeballs. Come on. But if you can actually shoot them from mantling because you trigger the death plane to spawn basically by getting up above onto the floor. Then you drop down, spawn outside the trigger so the cutscene never plays, saving you a few seconds. So, yeah, now it's just only this cutscene that plays. It's period, it's comma and dot. Oh, it is comma and dot. Okay. Wait. Wait. Sorry, I don't know why I find it so funny. Here, folks. Oh wait. Yeah, can I even get... I don't think my keyboard is long. This one's long enough. I have 2 keyboards. So, like, look at the keyboard. So the left arrow and the right, you know, the less than and greater than symbol. You know, that is the, that's like the left and right, that's like the period in comma keys. But they only do the left and right, the less than and more than symbols if you hold down shift. So it's like, you have to intentionally hit a modifier command on it. And that's just what the person's brain defaulted to. It's just like man, I've never defaulted to, like, the shift state of a keyboard before. I guess that's why I found it so weird. It's just because, like, no, those are the period comma keys, not the left and right. I guess what I'm saying is, I find the difference in how we view the layouts and keyboards and what to call the keys interesting and funny, okay? It's as simple as that. That's all I want. That's all I wanted to say. I just found that weird how our brains work that differently, you know? Oh, by the way, precise glory kill setup. If you fail that, by the way, there's not another one in the level. Make sure you get that or you have to lose 20 seconds Alt F4 and resetting. And then it's just a BFG that kills basically the whole encounter. Yeah. Oh, there's the Baron. One thing that's you gotta make certain on, that's very, very scary about this, is you gotta kill this Baron after the Kako spawn. Or else the encounter will fuck up. Fun fact, on current patches, it will softlock the arena. That's actually a glitch that they patched in. In 1.1, you'll fortunately not softlock, but you'll basically delay the encounter and spawns. But yeah, no, after that and just insta-killing the Doom Hunters, we move on to Urdak, which, Urdak is awesome. I love Urdak. It's arguably the best level in Doom Eternal speedrun. I have a whole video on it where I do in-depth breakdown, so I don't think I'll go as in-depthy as that, but you can just watch my Urdak video. What's a soft lock? For people who don't understand that nomenclature, it basically means the run is uncontinuable. You cannot continue the run because you've locked yourself out of completing it. Crucible cancel with Doom Hunter Sled? Yeah, okay, I wanted to call over Crucible canceling Kali Boss, but he didn't do that because he got bad RNG. Very good point to touch upon, Olive Branch. Let me rewind to that. No, wait, actually, I don't think he does. Does he? Oh, yeah, he does. So look at this. So he crucibled the Doom Hunter Sled, which normally deposits charge. But if you look right here, he still has 2 out of 3. He had 2 out of 3 before. The whole reason why he does that, how that happens, is he crucible slices, and because there's no animation for that crucible, he cancels it by swapping to a weapon mid-swipe. For whatever reason, if the crucible animation does not complete when it affects an enemy, you just don't waste a charge. So we do that in situations like with Doom Hunter Sleds and Kali Boss Eyes, because those aren't considered enemies and they don't die from that. For the fact Hugo Martin, I mean, it's a fan account likely, right? If the Hugo Martin is here, I'm just saying, they wouldn't have a default profile picture username. Hopefully. I would assume. Couldn't you do that with animation kits on Tigers as well? Like I said, the distinction is it can't kill an enemy. You have to complete the Crucible without an animation, and it can't kill an enemy. So, like... Or, excuse me, it's more like the 2. Like, all 3 of those conditions need to be met. You're 100% the real Hugo. That's how you know it's not the real Hugo. Hugo Martin would not argue there's not enough purple goo. Okay, just because it's slightly irrelevant, brief aside. Hold on, we're gonna rewind that because we're gonna break down that movement. But Hugo Martin was in our Discord server, the Modern Doom Speedrunning Discord server, in our Dark Ages channel the other day. Well, not the other day. This is more like a few weeks ago. Because they're finishing up Dark Ages, he asked, like, hey, do you guys want any special speedrun-related Easter eggs? And so there was just a bunch of people just saying, like, basically for shit and giggles, what would be cool to have in, like, Out of Bounds or Skyboxes or weird ways to complete levels. You know, stuff that they could add in last minute in the next few months. And Hugo Martin personally responded to the idea. Somebody jokingly said, hey, we want it so that purple goo is the fastest way to beat a level at some point. And Hugo Martin's like, wait, purple goo being faster than the casual path? Working on it. So what I'm saying is like, the man has a sense of humor, and I hope that he does something weird like that in the Dark Ages, because they are looking for it. Yeah, no, I also, during that, I brought up the fact of putting purple goo in the sky, kind of like that one Eternal Any % vid that Hugo Martin watched. Like, he said he was going to do that as a joke. I'm like, no, please, do that in a level. Like, I want that in a level. And then he personally responded me being like, you know what? We don't think that will be fun for everyone. We won't go as that hard. Like, So Hugo does keep in mind speedrunners somewhat. But let's get back to the Urdak. Look at this movement. Precise bunny hopping, ballista movement, all that stuff. Air strafing, 180 moves. Chaining. Oh, by the way, these big orange rings. The orange rings give you speed for a set duration. If you dash during that duration, it keeps your speed, but redirects it. So we're taking all that ring movement, stacking it with ballista movement, going all the way to the ends. It surprises me that climbing up that wall was found to be faster. We always did a dash boost to get to that mastery token. It's weird. So yeah, this level is basically an auto-scroller. Well, excuse me, this arena is an auto-scroller. So what Massive is just doing here is farming masteries while doing all this crap. Wait, he chainsaws there? What? Oh yeah, I guess, well, there's so much free ammo that you can just chainsaw, and a chainsaw isn't killing as an enemy. I previously thought, that's interesting. Good optimization, actually. Because we don't have to chainsaw at all in this level because there's drones of infinite ammo. So yeah, after he's killed all the required trigger demons to make sure that the final, encounter has a timer that ticks down to the end, he's just farming micro-missiles mastery, and then when the encounter is about the end, goes all the way to the end of this little tube by the end, fires a BFG so that he can be near the end of where he needs to go as that encounter dies. Because if he went there way too early, like a despawn trigger would basically just despawn the encounter and he wouldn't get combat rating. So yeah, you kind of have to do that and keep that, go slow there. Yeah, and then there's just a bunch of tight hallway movement, which is just as simple as wall dashing and ballista boosting, trying not to bonk as much as possible, which is way harder than it seems, by the way. So this is just an encounter with timers too. We're just waiting for everything to spawn in. Oh, he doubled destroyer blades there. Yeah, no, that is quicker. That makes sense. And then we just use the cacos that spawn in the last part of the encounter to be a hook to skip the traversal sections. And just are ballisted on the way out. Oh, but it doesn't stop because it's so fast-paced into the next one. This isn't despawn one that grants the CR. That one in particular, the first arena, I don't believe grants CR if you despawn. It varies based on encounter, whether you get combat rating from despawning an encounter or not. It depends entirely on the encounter's programming. A lot of them do. Okay, so the important thing that's going on here is that this Arachnotron needs to die instantly. Trigger Demon. That Maker Drone needs to die specifically. Specifically that Maker Drone. I don't get why that's a Trigger Demon, but it is. And then we're just waiting for a timer after the Doom Hunter spawns for that Maker Drone to spawn in, that Maker Drone to spawn in. You can see how Massive's getting, how do I put it? Those shots were a little inaccurate. Maybe the fact that this is a world record pace could give him a little tension. I don't know. But yeah, look at this encounter. That encounter is literally one Baron. All of their demons not required to be killed. Fun fact. The Baron's the only one that counts for CR. Okay, grabbing a secret, then we're moving on to Blue Ring. This Blue Ring encounter is quite easy. It's just a Destroyer Blade and a Marauder if all goes according to plan. Oh, you won't notice. Super small thing. So, there is a bug with the Marauder that was intentionally left in because the devs thought it funny enough that if the Marauder gets... If a projectile is going towards the Marauder, it'll try to block it with its shield. This applies not only to your projectiles, but also any demons that it fires through. So right before this Marauder spawns, he's making sure to shoot the shield soldiers behind him, because they'll likely fire at you, making the Marauder block. So to get rid of that inconsistency, he's like, nah, get the frick out of here. And then shoots them, so that he doesn't get any weird shield block kerfuffery that messes with the AI. It's a small little optimization to improve consistency. Yeah, Olive Branch, you're completely right. You can duplicate CR in this level, too. That's an unrestricted strategy. We do not permit that in restricted. But, yeah, if you're running basically any percent, or excuse me, just regular 100% where there's no restrictions, yeah, you can do whatever you want. As long as that meter gets to 100%, we don't care. So, you may notice a cool little thing here. I forgot to sorry, I was just mid-rant, but I'll make sure to explain. So this is called Daddy Skip. It's basically, normally we'd have to hit a button, we'd have to plug Daddy into the main center of heaven in order to, I don't know, open the path to the next area. But we're not gonna do that because that cutscene is long, about 10-15 seconds. So instead, it's just a ballista boost chain into a bunny hop chain, into bouncing off the blue ring, into going into the next encounter. Because that's way simpler than plugging Daddy into the mainframe. But it's not over yet, because immediately after we start spawning in this encounter, we leave it. Now, the reason why is that encounter, the only thing that determines whether or not it gets into its final wave state is a timer that counts down. The demons will consistently spawn at the same time at every point in that encounter. So we'd have to wait there if we just stood in that arena. So let's do something else. Like, I don't know, hook all the way to the fucking purple ring and do that fight instead. So while we're doing this fight, killing all the trigger demons, you got that tyrant that spawns in. This fight is also heavily timer dependent too. As soon as that tyrant is dead, that's about perfectly timed to where he energy shield vacations and then fires the BFG to clear it. But by the time we fire this BFG, the timer on that previous encounter, that's done too. So they will kill this encounter and slowly traverse the area while that cutscene plays into the other encounter, killing that one. 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, what's up, Hars? And then, yeah, we continue on through the rest of the level. Daddy Skip is not just for saving time, it's also for saving our bro Vega. Hey, I'm just saying, if you Daddy Skip and then go into the DLCs, Vega will still be in heaven. So, it doesn't make sense. Just saying, we didn't put Vega in. How is he still in heaven? It doesn't make sense. Game doesn't account for our speedrun skips in the story. Yo, Tigrim, thank you for the $1 super chat. Very much appreciated. Hold on, did that come with a message or anything? My system doesn't tell me that. Oh, no, it's just a message. Here, I'll even like it. Continue. But here, after that, it just doesn't stop, because again, we'll use these rings and Ballista Boost. Normally, we'd have to go into that hallway right there, which actually has an encounter before we start this encounter. However, it's faster to just skip all that and just fly straight there. This encounter is very particular, too. Because we have to kill all these trigger demons to get the next wave to spawn in. And after we kill this Baron, the only thing separating the final wave from spawning in is a timer. So we do the other thing of do something while that timer's counting down and go straight to the orange ring. Woo. That encounter isn't finished, but don't worry, we'll be back for that later. Am I gonna do the Ancient Gods after this? No. I already have a video where I explain a lot of them super well. However, I might do another in this format for them, maybe? I don't know. That'd be, how do I say? I think that'd be a project for another day. Maybe not today, maybe another time. But, oh, God, that movement's so sick. Okay, I just want to... So, Meat Hook conserves momentum. He's zigzagging around like a snake to try to get through that door at max speed. Barely misses collision that would slow him down, and bunny hops all the way to that. Gosh darn. Ring. This is one of those things where, yeah, it just kind of looks basic, but you don't know how hard it is to just get that bunny hop movement so right. Like, that is genuinely, like, a very hard part of the run, and people would just glance over it. But I know from experience how difficult that is. It is a lot. So, we're back into that encounter. So, as soon as we get into that encounter, the spawns from that timer will instantly start to spawn in. Because, for some weird, the final wave of that arena, it checks if you are in the arena itself, and if a timer is countdown. So, it doesn't spawn in just instantly after. It's got to wait for us to get in there, too. Is it even possible without scroll jump? Believe it or not, most of what you see here is possible without scroll jump. There's only very few niche scenarios where, like, scroll jumping is absolutely necessary. In fact, some runners, you know, bunny hopping, for example, a lot of runners like to scroll jump for that. But you can just single time that with a single spacebar input or a single button press, etc. There's lots of runners who do that, too. UT6, he is a top runner of this game, and he only scrolls in very niche scenarios to jump, because most of the time when he bunny hops, he much prefers just to time it with a spacebar input, which takes some, I'm not gonna lie, some lethal weapons worth of autism. But at the same time, it just clicks better in his brain. He likes it more, so good on him. Yeah, there's not very much for scroll. MMA Fro is also a good example. He does most of this stuff on controller, too. Oh, so as we return to this encounter, there's no pathway to easily get out, but we have yeet hooking and this Kako here. That Kako is required for the encounter, though, so shoot it on the way out, obviously. So yeah, all this is just zigzag, bunny hop movement and whatnot. We missed an encounter earlier, as I said, because we skipped directly to that encounter, but luckily this level does have fast travel. Oh, does he do the dolphin strat? Yeah, dolphin! Okay, dolphin is basically a precise setup of the water lowers as soon as you break this wall. So he sets up in a precise position, dashes forward to break the wall, then immediately dashes backwards, putting himself above the water level of where it originally is while he's spamming jump the whole time. And that gets him in the air, gets him his double jump, and gets him straight to this button without, you know, having to do that whole swim around. That saves like 2 or 3 seconds. T-Grim, thanks for the $2. Am I getting Dark Ages Collector's Edition? Yes, I actually got both the pre-ordered Dark Ages Collector's Edition. Cost a pretty penny, but it's a tax write-off for me, so worth it. Or at least that's how I justify it. Started to think this AbsoluteMassive guy is pretty good at the game. Yeah, he's a little good, just a little. But yeah, now that he's unlocked fast travel, we're gonna fast travel literally just to get this one encounter. So that Dread Knight is not the only thing you need to kill. However, you know, the enemy AI will be lured to the edge of the secret encounter as we do it. So one double Destroyer Blade gets the Doom Hunter out of Sled. He's instantly dead. Actually, no, wait. It is just the Dread Knight that needs to be killed. Fuck, man. I'm getting old and rusty. My knowledge is degrading over the years. Who would have thought? Damn. Next thing you know, I won't be able to do physics equations at all. Welcome to the Con Maker. This is a boss fight, technically. In practice, it's an auto-scroller. Like, unironically, when people first started running this game, Con Maker was unironically a run killer. Unironically, people would lose runs at this boss. That's just because we haven't figured out the optimal strategy, which seems so simple in retrospect. Because if you look at Massive, 2 lock-ons, plus maybe an SSG or a PB or something if you miss one of her critical spots. And a Blood Punch. And people lost runs to this boss. What? How did we lose runs to this thing? I'm not joking. In the first month of attempts, first months of speedruns where people did this boss, unironically, the strat was to bring in a BFG so that we didn't have to fight one of her phases. That's what some runners did. This run isn't that impressive, to be honest. Literally anybody could do this. They just have to put in an enormous amount of study, practice, have insane talent, top-tier aim, and be able to adapt on the fly. True. Although, unironically, it is literally just study and practice. And study and practice leads to the rest of the stuff on the list Raffle sent in chat. Unironically, how do you get the insane talent? How do you get the top-tier aim? How are you able to adapt on the fly? Well, you build those skills by studying and practicing. Who would have frickin' thought? Did runners try PB Rocket and randomly dashing flying character? I have no idea, Red. I'm gonna be real. I blocked out a lot of that memory of those times because I was cringe, but if you look up an old run from Dracu or Zero Master, you'll see what the strat is. Just look for any of their runs around the 245-ish mark. I think you'll get about that era. Bouts in time. You don't even have to slop for con? Yeah, I know, which is why it's so upsetting that we freaking couldn't. But yeah, no, we're on to the final level of Final Sin. So all the other levels had collectibles. All the other levels had stuff that you had to stop by, make sure you had to grab in order to do, get 100%. Final Sin only has, it's one collectible. The rest of it is just combat and movement. Just going from combat encounter to a combat encounter is really nice. But yeah, you'll look here. Destroyer Blade, you don't believe how precise that is. That Destroyer Blade kills that Revenant and also a few fodder behind it, all of which required for the next wave to spawn. And then quickly kills these fodder. Fun fact, this encounter doesn't track, at least for this wave in particular. It only matters what type of demons are dead. Or, excuse me, it only matters how many demons are dead, not necessarily the type. So that's why we focus the fodder first, because they're easier to kill than the big ones, believe it or not. What the frick is that? Is that like a sub alert or something? Massive has some of the weirdest memes I've seen in speedrunning. A little bit, just from his channel, but, like, funny. So after that BFG, that basically, the BFG is super precisely done at that point in the wave and where it is aimed, for the sole purpose of making sure that a Baron of Hell doesn't spawn in, because a Baron of Hell takes a lot of time to kill. So if it doesn't spawn in, well, congratulations. You just saved a bit of time. So this is just waiting for things to spawn in, so, just insta-kill the demons that matter. Whiplash, Prowler, another Whiplash, Pain Elemental Chainsaw, second phase starts. But timer to when, more things come out, so farm some mastery. Oh, look, a Tyrant. It's dead. Okay, but yeah, no, it's literally just the Tyrant and Doom Hunter that phase, so once they're dead, you just leave. And it is just sick-ass movement. It carries a Destroyer Blade into this counter, which basically clears it outside of, like, 3 demons. And look, there's the only collectible. Goodbye. There's a cat treadmill? There was a cat treadmill. Was a cat treadmill. Was. But yeah, no, another example of Yeet hooking into this. This BFG location is actually super tight. Fun fact. So after this encounter is dead, which is just cleared with 1 BFG, the trigger to despawn this invisible wall, or excuse me, this orange wall, and thus like the other like barriers to progress and get out of here, actually extends to the very edge of this ledge. So he dashes into that, despawns everything, spawns in the next wave, and then just instantly goes. Like, it's breakneck pace, says it. Yeah, no. Then after another BFG, that brings in the last wave of Marauder. Because we're at the end of the game, we're using BFGs like candy. We have a lot of BFG ammo, and there's a lot of BFG pickups. So the more BFGs, less fighting you have to do. You know, time save stonks are escalating heavily. Oh, messed up the boost slightly. That's cool. Is able to still get the movement, pick up the gosh darn Crucible on the way, double Destroyer Blade into picking up a BFG pickup into the BFG. And that's the whole first wave of the encounter done, and there's just a couple of Tyrants. A buff totem, of which he knows exactly where it is, and now it's the final wave, which is just fodder clear up in a couple Cacos and Pinkies. And look at that, done. That's one of the biggest combat encounters in the fucking game, people. Why don't you just do that? YouTube chat has a bigger delay? Really? I'll look into that after stream. Maybe I accidentally didn't enable low latency mode. And then this encounter, one of the other biggest encounters in the freaking game. We're just gonna BFG fest this too. 1 precise BFG into a Marauder. Into the Archvile, which we BFG to kill. This is going to be a great setup. So this right here, positioning, where he's looking, all that stuff's important. As soon as he sees the checkpoint lows, dash back to set up a yeet hook into a cutscene, which despawns an invisible wall. And if all goes according to plan, he's at the end of the fucking level. End of the fucking level. And then, because we're about to enter the final boss fight, we're going to upgrade everything that you see here that we haven't upgraded before. Because of mastery tokens, half these weapon challenges just don't matter. So we're going to upgrade everything that we haven't made progress to. And the final boss is so trivial that we can actually farm for some masteries while it's happening. Because the Icon of Sin in the speedrun is an auto-scroller. We have to wait for a set amount of attack animations before he can even possibly enter his death state. So during that time, why not farm for some masteries? So if you are low on masteries at that point, genuinely, it could be so tense because you have to make sure you get them done before the credits start rolling. Or you beat the game, that's basically just an Ultra Nightmare completion. It's not 100% if you don't get them. Imagine doing a no tokens run by, like, Bite Me? Yeah, no, Hars, we do have NMT on the category extensions. People have run it in the past. It's just everyone who's run it just says it's worse than regular 100%. It's just it slows down the pacing of the games so much. That's the TLDR of why nobody does it. It's just like, people like this game a lot because of its sick-ass combat routing to movement routing to combat routing and all back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And when you have to slow down randomly to, or no, quote-unquote, randomly, to do these mastery tokens challenges at various points. It just gets into the flow of that. Which, like, don't get me wrong, masteries and all that stuff is fascinating. In games like Doom 2016, where there is so much mastery of every single aspect and every single component, that's the run in itself. The whole run is getting all these tedious masteries out of the way. It's built around it. It's fundamentally a design core pillar. But in Doom Eternal, it seems like a half-assed rendition just thrown in. That's how I'd say that they're different. So he's a little bit low on ammo, but he's getting everything done. So we see he's basically killed all the body parts of the Icon of Sin, so now he's mastering them. He has 5 ticks to go, which is doable as heck. I believe, how do I put it? If you start getting in the realm of, like, where you need to master, like, 10 ticks by the end of this fight, that starts getting really hard. But 5, 6, 7-ish. Oh, he doesn't even have Precision Bolt mastered. What the fuck, dude? I guess he just missed a few shots earlier in the game. Yeah, no, and just didn't have enough ticks for that, so he had to do that last seconds. All right. So he still has some Precision Bolt mastery ticks. Oh, by the way, I think Chain Shield still has to be mastered too. But you see there? So shield launches mastery. You have to deal damage while the energy shield is open. It doesn't require that you fire anything from the chain gun. So you just fire the BFG beforehand, and before it hits the icon, open up your energy shield. Bam. And now you have, unironically, for every single BFG you hit the Unmaker with, you get half the mastery required for chain shield. So 2 BFGs at 2 body parts, holding up the energy shield, and it's instantly mastered. It's, unironically, the freest mastery in the game. So saving it for the end's obvious. So now this is just basically alpha rotations, just killing a bunch of body parts. 1 BFG is an insta-kill on all those. Oh, does he do the Crucible here? He does do the Crucible. Thank goodness. Runners didn't do this for the longest time. But that's just a free Crucible tick. All right. Now he has to destroy all these body parts. He's getting very close to the end. Only if... Still has to do the Micro Missile Mastery. Do you see how close that was? Like, okay, as soon as this animation ends, the game's over. He's at 14 out of 15. Barely gets the last Micro Missile on that Revenant. Just like, I'm not joking, like a pixel's worth of difference in his aim trajectory could have made the difference there into not completing it. But then, bam, 100%. Clutch as fuck final frickin' tick right there. Holy man. The MM has a bit of homing. Yeah, I'm saying, I know, Red, but even with the homing, it was barely hit. That's kind of that's almost the tragic thing. Almost tragic. And then you just see a bunch of GGs in the chat, which, to be fair, after that ending, that is hype as fuck. You would get so much from that. But yeah, no, that is the 100% Ultra Nightmare run. It is a fucking masterclass of a speedrun, people. I hope that... Okay, I'm gonna upload this stream to my VOD channel and whatnot. I'm going to be making a slightly edited down version for the main channel and all that crap. But this game has come a long ways in the 5 years. Like a super long ways. I was there at the beginning, okay? Then I got washed and quit the game and focused on other crap because I'm bad. But this game has evolved to so much mastery in so little time at every possible instant. All that crap. It is great. A masterpiece? Would some say that? I'd say that. And yours? But yeah, first sub 138. And look at their sum of best. 135. There can still be 3 minutes saved in this run. Abouts. So yeah, and then go in here. This is the verification process at the end of a run. Basically just making sure that everything 8:15. It used to be 8:15:8, but we changed the rules because so that we didn't have to get a codex entry in the fortress recently. So 20-second time save, I think. Yeah, no, he's got 8:15:8. Going through that. Where's the and the codex? Scrolling through all of it. Yep. As long as there's no question marks, basically, that's 100%. Yeah, and no question marks. Yep. So that would be basically verifying the run. So it's still possible to get 136? Yes. However, it would take an insane amount of execution, luck, and just overall a sheer number of attempts. Like, you could do that. It would take so many, and I mean so many freaking hours of attempts to get that. So, you could, yes, it's just, it'd probably take more time than these people have. Gonna be real. AbsoluteMassive is a cheater because he got 9 lives. Yeah, the frickin' cat. Alrighty, but yeah, no, another 100% thing. You'll see all these toys here. You'll also see all the weapons on the wall, all that garbage. But yeah, no, that's AbsoluteMassive's 100% world record speedrun. Very great run, very great achievement. I never thought it would get, how'd I put it? I always thought like the 145-ish, the 140-ish era is like where Doom Eternal would end when or excuse me, where the Doom Eternal most optimal speedrun would be, like when I stopped running, when I got my sub 2-hour time with my 158, I think. I was always just like, I think this run probably get around the low 140s, somewhere around there. And they freaking blew 2 minutes past it at this point. Sheesh. I kind of wonder if Dark Ages will have that much of a steep, like, drop-off. Will we have, like, just keep finding stuff to make it lower than even possible? I hope so. I hope the game has a lot of fun surprises. I'm not going to keep my hopes up, though, because, like I said, Eternal, there's just so much good shit that's going on. It's unreasonable to expect the same standard out of the next game. It's just unreasonable. It's just done too much, man. It's kind of like how Baldur's Gate 3 ruins every other game besides that because it's just so good by comparison, you know? How far we have come along. Hey, and to be fair, the 3-hour mark runs don't count because they were like in the first 2 weeks of the game. People at the 3-hour marks in Ultra Nightmare weren't speedrunning that fast because it was good, because it was skillful, or because there was anything. It was because we all sucked and didn't know the game yet, so of course it would go down several hours. But yeah, folks, I think that is it for the analysis. I think that's it for the stream. I want to appreciate everybody for stopping by. I had a lot of fun. The last 4.5 hours breaking down this 1 hour and 37-minute run. It's as dense as it needed to be. But thank you, everybody, for stopping by. I'm going to end stream real quick. But for everybody in the Twitch chat, I will spam a link. I will send you on to somebody else who's doing some... But everyone on YouTube, I will catch you later. Bye, people. How do I end the YouTube? I forget. I have to hit the stop button on it. Gotcha. Alrighty, let's go to Twitch. Who's live? Let's see here. Anyone? Let's look for someone doing Doom Eternal. Anyone doing Doom Eternal right now? Anyone that I know? Oh! MMA Froze live! Yeah, we're raiding MMA! Totally. We're gonna be raiding MMA, Fro. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Appreciate you. But yeah, no. MMA Fro almost has 5k hours. He's the best console runner unequivocally in all of Doom Eternal speedrun history. Hopefully, y'all will enjoy his stream if you want to see some console movement. I will be back probably next month with a special stream. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to do some stream next month for some occasion. Bye-bye. Catch you later. Adios.